Sir Blair, good afternoon. Nadungog ko, sir.
Yes. Hi, Shell.
Hi, sir.
How are you?
Salamat kayo, sir.
How are you, the newly-wedded couple?
Ah, okay na, sir. Wala may
Okay,
activity
ha?
ka ron sa Bohol, sir?
Oh, may
Cebu.
kwarta siya. Cebu na, ah. Kay gustuhan man nila
Mm.
ni Ma'am Army.
Wow.
Kay nasa fair, nag-chocolate fair
Oh,
dito.
nakita bitaw to na ako ti
Wala, wala,
Consul.
wala may kwarta. Di. Sige lang.
Sige lang na naman may kwarta, sir. 90,000.
Sige lang.
Tasang gamaya.
Ang gamaya. Okay lang kung audio, Shell?
Oh, okay lang. Okay sa mga Marvs. Oh, okay, sir.
Yan. Dili ko makabak, dili ko maka
Background na
background. Oo,
oo.
sige lang ako. Sige lang ako ang i-blur niya.
Asa day itong imuhang ko answer? Green screen.
Hindi ko kibaw ito paggamit. Akong computer, dili mo allow og kuan green screen kay
Ah,
ubos ko no siya kaayo og di siya compatible sa iyang ato sa compatibility issue.
sayang ano.
Old
Pero unsa
kasi
ikaw
nga
nagpalit ato
kuan.
personal, sir, or sa office ninyo provided ka?
Ako ra barato raman to kayo 299
Nindot po dun
sa
to no.
Lazada
Wait,
mo lagi.
nakaano siya ba?
So ang atong video initial na tulo ka video.
Na ay tulo ka video, sir, katong first video, sir, kay
First,
katong short
ah
lang.
kung short lang unya ang
Oo.
second mo na ni ang kuan.
Katong sa
Mo na ni ang
products.
regional and messages, no?
Ang kuan, sir, ang second kay katong products sa, sir.
Products. Okay,
At
product
cacao
niya.
and chocolate products per island and per region siya. Naka per region gapon
Okay,
siya.
and then ang
And then
last
next
is
is
messages.
katong messages, sir.
Messages for World Chocolate Day. Okay.
Oo. Kay si PD Vina, di
Then,
man daw. Actually, i-invite unta po si PD Vina, sir, to talk. Kaso di man daw mag-talk dili daw siya available today.
busy kayo.
Lagi.
Busy kayo. Natirang target to. Nanggawas sa mga kwarta. So, balik na sa tanong.
July na pa dyan ng gawas, sir.
Ako sa tiwason, akong kuwan sila ko po.
Oh,
Mahuman
sige,
akong
go.
kuwan sila.
Sige, sir,
Okay.
go,
So, okay
sir.
naman ka-audio na ko. Okay
Oh,
naman
okay na, sir.
ka-audio.
Okay na, sir.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you, Sir
Shell.
Blair.
Bye-bye. Okay.
La 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 la. La 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 la. Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste it. La 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 la. Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the goodness of kakao at tsokolate. Tara na 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 na. Sa usapang magpapapasaya't magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate, just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. La 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 la. Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the good. See the goodness of kakao at tsokolate. Tara na 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 na. Sa usapang magpapapasaya't magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate, just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. La 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 la. Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti. Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the goodness of kakao at tsokolate. Tara na 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 sa usapang magpapapasaya't magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate, just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. La 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 la. Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the goodness of kakao at tsokolate. Tara na 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 sa usapang magpapapasaya't magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate, just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. La 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 la. Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the goodness of kakao at tsokolate. Tara na 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 sa usapang magpapapasaya't magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate, just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. La 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 la. Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the goodness of kakao at tsokolate. Tara na 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 sa usapang magpapapasaya't magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate, just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. La 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 la. Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the goodness of kakao at tsokolate. Tara na 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 sa usapang magpapapasaya't magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate, just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao.
Sir Jack, good afternoon, sir. Sige, sir. Sir, pwede ninyo matry inyong audio, sir. And ang video po. Sir Jack? Hello? Ayun. Okay na yung audio nyo, sir.
Mic
Sir,
test.
sige po. Yung video na lang po, Sir Jack.
Rachel. Mic
Yes
test.
po.
1, 2, 3.
Yes po. Okay na po. Marinig ako, sir.
Storya daw, Shell.
Madunggan ko ninyo, sir. Nagasturyan ako, sir.
Di ko kadula kung manunggan.
Wala.
Mag-fire.
Sige po. Oh. Kana, sir. Okay na, sir. Hello, Sir Jack. Hello.
Connected ng audio. It's the con.
Last time po.
Hi, Sir Jack. Good afternoon. Hello, sir.
Mic test. Hi, Shell. Rachel. Hello.
Madungog ka, sir. Blair, sir.
Hi there.
Yeah, madungog ka, loud and clear.
Yeah.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
make your voice louder gamay ko, sir? Okay, ah?
Mayong hapon sa tanan.
Okay,
May
okay, that's
bag na
good.
bigat.
Okay, that's good. Good,
Sige.
good, good.
Thank you. Thank you, Blair.
Okay, sir.
Share screen. So, what was it? Can you see my screen? Nag-share screen man ko. Okay na?
Yes, sir.
Clara. Pruning on cacao trees.
All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Good, good.
Wala pa akong migo. Wala pa to migo.
Murag
Wala
na
pa,
na.
sir.
Wala pa?
Oh,
Wala pa
nakasala
siya
ba
sa Zoom.
nakasala ba ako diya ako sa Bohol, wala kita makita.
Oo, lagi. Sige lang, next time. Kita sa phone.
Next week nako diya.
I'll be here. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Sige.
25 ba ito yung schedule ninyo?
No. Nag-request man si Juan, sponsored by DOST, si pangalan ni
Lagi. Vina.
Bina. So that's going
Oh.
to be Monday, Tuesdays, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Okay.
Magkita kita
Sure.
ha.
Kita ta.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's good. Okay, see you.
Hello, good afternoon, Director Glenn. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, pwedeng ma-check yung audio niyo, sir?
Hello. Check 1, 2, 3.
Okay po. Okay na po, sir. Thank you, Director.
Good afternoon, Director Glenn. Good afternoon.
Hi,
Hello,
ma'am.
ma'am. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon po.
Good afternoon.
Start po kami admitting participants at 1:15 PM po para ma-play natin yung mga preliminaries na videos po.
And then
Good
start tayo.
afternoon, Sir Jack. Good afternoon.
Yes po, sir.
Blair, good afternoon, Blair.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Yes,
afternoon
yes,
to
yes.
all.
Yes.
Sir Jack,
Mayong
naming
utpo.
hapon. I always hear of your name, but this is the first time that I see you in the virtual platform.
Actually, yesterday, since Sunday up to
Oo.
this morning, kuan ko rubber affair ko.
Yes,
Nag-uban
tuwa
mi
daw
ni-
ka sa Zamboanga. Nagkita man mi ni Director Al sa Manila. I joined
Overtime.
also the ROG. Naa daw ka since Sunday daw, nag-meeting. Nag-meeting daw mo, grabber.
So pasaylo ako unya may simugwas akong baba rubber ha.
Ang walang kang i-heads up nga, si Robber na yung nasulti.
Actually, I was in Monday.
But are
Kita
you here
mi ni-
na, Sir Jack, nauli ka na ba? Or naapaghihapon ka ron sa Zamboanga?
Yan ako. Actually, just flew in. I arrived mga 10:30. Nga pahuway kamay. Nya finalize sa ato ang presentation. Hinaot man ang puso ni atong kan. Problema lang ko kay na yung mga audience nga Tagalog, gawas yung Tagalog paka nato na yan eh.
Taglis na lang na sa, taglis na lang, Sir Jack, taglis.
Dito po ko speedy sa Ipil, kauban nila Rodi Mabalot dito ko suri po ko.
Nakuan ko dahil mo po dito noon, nahurot po dahil mo adto-adto, murag. Naman ni RDCT ang
Ako ra.
kauban.
Ako rin Milaos because it's been like almost 6 years daw ako kasuroy. So nag-courtesy call ko sa atong bagong gobernadora. So naapod tayo mga kakao dito ha. Distributed by
Yes.
Kennemer
Nakita
in
man po ni DC
Sibugay.
Rose atong dito mig Manila sa MaEDP ka na amang po tayo bagong program na pod. MaEDP na pod.
I
I-enroll
went
po na mo
around
ang kakao.
I went around dayo tagabtuan about ko kabasalan insure ko og Tampilisan del Norte na. So along the highway para tanaw sa kakao. So daghang pong apsunonon. Dungan sa apsunonon.
Maayo kay daghan sige lang mag istorya na po tag kakao pohon.
Open invitation for you ARD. Suri ka makilala pohon.
Sige Sir Jack, sige ka na. We will see in person good Sir Jack. Pohon.
Sige. Okay. Sige, I'll just stand by.
Thank you.
Ay,
Sa man ni-
Erdidel, start kami og admit og participants, ma'am. Although waiting pa ta kay Sir Chris, kay 1:50 naman good na patay
Sige
i-play.
dai, sige.
Okay
Sige,
po.
share.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oo.
Lahat po tama ganing tableya. Dumbati yung kagugma. Ako akang suruyo ng akong mga kaigsuunan sa Davao, no? Ibati pa baka sila og gugma? Nakaila pa baka sila og gugma taliwala ning ining pandemya? Para kaninyo, unsa ang gugma?
Tanawa na ito ni mong gugma, Bing. Kau ba kalami sa mong durian? Sila COVID eh. Kita, gugma. Kung tanong sila. Siya pangalan mo?
Rowena.
Awal lagi, Ruino. Ang ko mo nang ibate. Di ko gugma.
Gugma is anything that
Occupy space, as much. Unsa man gyud ay ning gugma? Nganong naay uban nga moingon gyud og balutin mo ako sa waga ng iyong pagmamahal. Mao siguro ginaingon nila nga anihon nimo kung unsa ang imong gipugas. Tungod kay kung saktong pag-amuma ang imong ihatag, hapu-hapud ang imong madawat. Usahay po daw ang gugma, dili dayon moabot. Naa sabnay suspense. Naay uban na wala pagani kauyab, heartbroken dayon. Diri sa gugma gyud ka makakaton nganong patience is a virtue ever. Kinahanglan pa nimo og kayon ug ilhon ang imong kaugalingon aron dili magpabiling uga ang imong kinabuhi. Kinahanglan salaon gyud nimo kung kinsay imong gustong makatambayayong sa imong kinabuhi. Aron sa ingon, mga maayo lang ang magpabilin. Kay ang gugmang mulungtad, mao ang gugmang nasubhan na sa kalayo. Maong kinahanglan, lig-on og musalig. Usahay, muinit gyud ang atong ulo. Apan, mabugnawan ra gihapon kita. Ug mas muputli ang atong gibati ngadto sa atong mga minahal sa kinabuhi. Kanang atik-atik ug pagpamakak, wala gyud nay luna sa gugma. Mao nga kun mo intergani ka, siguraduhan na andam nimo ipakita kung unsay sulod sa imong kasing-kasing. Hadlok lamang gyud na sa sugod kay wa man kakabalo kung unsay kapadulngan. Busa, ayaw patuyok-tuyo ka ang istorya. Kay mugawas ra gihapon ang kamatuoran ug mapangka ra gihapon ka. Walay gugma nga walay kasakit o pag-antos. Usahay, gataligsik o kapait. Panalagsa, muulan o grasya. Ug galingon gyud ang imong pasensya sa gugma. Apan luyon ni ining tanan, ang tinuod nga gugma, magpadayon. Kay ang tinuod nga gugma, way kakapoy. Naapoy uban, tough love ang stepping. Kinitong mga tao nga humok sa sugod. Apan, gipaggahi sa mga hagit sa kinabuhi. Kung imong lantawon ang luyo sa ilang gahi na mga nawong, mailhan nimo ang ilang humok nga kasing-kasing nga malanay ra gihapon sa init sa paghigugma. Paglaom natong tanan na makahatag og kalipay sa atong mga minahal, mao nga nagahatag kita og regalo. Gamay man o dako, ang importante na mihatag kita nagikan sa kinailadmang sipi sa atong kasing-kasing o gibalot nato sa atong mga kamot. And take note, ayaw lang pog kalimti pagtanggal sa price tag. Alright? Sa paglabay sa panahon, usara gyud ang atong ginahandom na kita mahinumduman sa mga musunod kanato. Ug unta sa mga event nila sa ilang kinabuhi, mahinumduman nila kung unsa kita mahigugma karon. Nga daw sama sa bunga sa kakao nga miagi og tumang kapait ug kainit, mutunhay, mulungtad ug dili mapakyas, hangtod matilawan ang katamis.
Sa panahon Pasko, paunsa nimo i-express imong gugma?
Tayo palit, ngayon bugog Merry Christmas, anak.
Makawali ka na kay matag sa imong pamilya.
Forgive people.
Prayers na safety tanan.
I-secure ang every house na safe sila sa pag-celebrate nila o Christmas.
Nagkadaiyang definisyon sa gugma subay sa mga pulong na akong nadungog diha sa mga tubag sa akong mga kaigsuunang dabawenyo. Apan, usa lang ang mensahe niini. Ang gugma kinahanglan ipabati, isabwag ug ihatag aron mabati ang tinuod na gugma. Maong karong Pasko para kaninyong tanan. Usa lang ang akong masulti.
Sa bawat pag-ikot ng inyong kutsara, buhay namin ay kasakasama. Bukod sa taglay na sarap at pagmamahal nito, bawat buto ay may baong magagandang kwento. Ilang siglo rin ito tayong sinasamahan. Nagbibigay pag-asa, nagbibigay kabuhayan. Nagsisilbi rin itong silong at maging tahanan. At habang tumatakbo ang panahon, lalong napapasarap, lalo tayong umaahon. Dahil ang aroma ng bawat buto ay amoy ng tagumpay at maraming sakripisyo. Magkakaiba ng pamamaraan? Oo, merong di makina at ang iba naman mano-mano. Pero natitiyak kong lahat masasarap, masusustansya at ang iba nga pang world class pa. Bonus pa dyan ang ambag sa kalikasan. Ang iba naman ay nagiging guro sa kanilang pamayanan. Hindi nagdadamot ng nalalaman na ipapasa ang sikreto mula kina lolo hanggang sa kaapu-apuhan. Nagsimula ang iba sa bakuran, ang iba sa tahanan, mga gusaling naglakihan hanggang sa ekta-ektaryang taniman. Lahat yan ay bunga ng sipag at pagtutulungan. Pero kasabay raw ng pag-unlad ay ang mga pagsubok sa atin. Mga hamon ng kalikasan at mga bagay na hindi natin kayang pigilin. Hindi tayo nagpatalo, lalo nating ginalingan, nagtulong-tulong bumangon hanggang sa muling makaahon. Kaagapay ang gobyerno, akademya, at mga pribadong institusyon. lahat yaan aming babaunin. Dahil isa yan sa sangkap ng matagumpay na mga produkto namin. Lilingon sa pinanggalingan at nakahanda sa bukas. Dahil hindi tayo magpapatinag, hindi tayo bibitaw. Pagkat ang kakao ay tayo, ako, at ikaw.
Malagos is a barangay in Davao located in the foothills of Mount Talomo. This is a drone shot of our farm. We are cocoa farmers and we make chocolates from tree to bar, which means that we start with the planting of the seed all the way to the finished product. We operate a nursery and propagate seedlings by grafting method. We supply quality seedlings to cocoa farmers all over the Philippines. That's what a cacao pod looks like. These guys are manually harvesting cacao pods. They are then brought to a building where we break the pods, scoop out the seeds, and put them in fermentary boxes. Fermentation is a very important step as it enhances the flavor of the cocoa bean. After fermenting for about 5 to 6 days, they are then dried in solar dryers. These are buildings with plastic cover to protect the beans from rain. After drying, they are mechanically and manually sorted, removing the defective beans. We only use grade A beans for our chocolates. The beans are delivered to our chocolate plant. We roast the beans. We know this is when we remove the shell of the cocoa bean. They are grinded, tempered, molded and cooled, demolded, and packed. In Malagos, we built the first chocolate museum in the Philippines. It is built around the plant for visitors to get to see how chocolates are made. This is where we tell our story and hopefully inspire farmers and potential farmers that Philippines can become one of the world's leading sources of fine chocolates. In 2019, we were designated the 16th heirloom cacao producer in the world and awarded the top 50 cocoa bean in 2017. We are Malagos Chocolate. We make chocolates from tree to bar.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you for waiting. Please prepare for our opening preliminaries. In a few moments, we will start our Season 2, Episode 5 of Usapang Kakao at Chocolate. So we would like to request everyone to pause for a while for the prayer and the rendition of the Philippine National Anthem.
Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this auspicious gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. We humbly come to you, not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope, to continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. We pray that today's gathering, made possible by the grace of advancements in technology and social media, become successful in its endeavors, so we can offer it back to you as our humble offering to honor you, glorify you, and love you through our deeper connection with everyone. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Philippines. Hello, world, and welcome everyone to Season 2, Episode 5, Usapang Kakao at Chocolate. As the dawn ushers in for the new dispensation, we at the Philippine Cacao Industry Council and the Philippine Cacao Industry Association Incorporated continued with the same vigor and vitality as we recommit ourselves to provide the needed technical and market information to our cacao stakeholders nationwide. Still, we continue to hit the ground running as we host Season 2, Episode 5 of Usapang Kakao at Chocolate. Apart from our technical conversations this afternoon, my dear friends, because we will be having a conversation on shade management and pruning practices by our industry experts, today is extra special for everyone. For today, we join the rest of the world in celebrating the World Chocolate Day 2022. I understand that a number of regions and provinces in the country have been doing the respective pocket celebrations, including chocolate fairs and exhibits, chocolate trainings, cacao council meetings, to name a few. And today, we also share in celebrating by having this particular episode of Usapang Kakao at Chocolate. We will skip at this moment the opening message because Consul Almi Lopez Garcia has some technical problems in Cebu in connecting with Zoom. We will now be proceeding with the messages from the two of our ardent supporters. They are our anchors and walls in the pursuit of the development of the cacao industry nationwide. First, we will listen to the recorded message from the Undersecretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, Regional Operations Group. Please join me in welcoming, ladies and gentlemen, Undersecretary Blesila E. Lanteona.
To the esteemed officers and members of the Philippine Cacao Industry Council, headed by Consul Army Lopez Garcia, Director of the Department of Agriculture for High Value Crops Development Program, Director Gerald Glenn Panganiban, to the DTI National Cacao Industry Cluster Coordinator, Assistant Regional Director Delia Ayano, who was recently declared as the DTI National Executive of the Year. Congratulations, ARD Delia. To our esteemed resource persons, heads of our partner government agencies, academe, officers and members of the regional and provincial cacao industry councils, cacao enthusiasts, chocolate lovers, good afternoon and happy World Chocolate Day. Together with the rest of the world, today we celebrate this extraordinary day, the International Chocolate Day. Are we giving chocolates to everyone in attendance? seriously the Department of Trade and Industry, which is at the forefront of value-adding initiatives and promotion of local products, supports the participation of the whole industry in celebrating the bountiful benefits and distinctive flavors of our local chocolates. On this special day, let me once again express my gratitude to the Philippine Cacao Industry Council and the Philippine Cacao Industry Association Incorporated for laying the foundation of cooperation amongst value chain players and industry stakeholders. The Council serves as the convergence platform to achieve the industry's goal of a globally competitive and sustainable Philippine cacao and chocolate industry built on a strong Philippine brand of quality cacao. The Department of Trade and Industry and its partner government agencies will continue to support the Philippine cacao and chocolate industry to become competitive and innovative, implement programs for productivity and efficiency, and create a conducive business and enabling environment. For one, the banner program of DTI, which is the Industry Cluster Enhancement Program, aims to hone globally competitive and innovative industry and service sector that will contribute significantly to inclusive growth and employment generation. Another is the Shared Service Facility Program of DTI, which has also been one of the mechanisms of pump priming MSME development. The SSF significantly aided cooperatives and organizations in increasing their production capacity and enhancing their products' quality by providing machinery, equipment, tools, systems, skills, and knowledge within a shared framework. In addition, our negosyo centers across the country also contributed to seamless rollout of DTI initiatives and interventions from skills and capacity building, product development, and marketing initiatives that generated impacts in the agribusiness sector. Moreover, this year, the search for the top 6 best cacao beans is underway through the launching of the Philippine Cacao Quality Awards 2022, which is a preparatory program for the Philippines' participation in the International Cocoa Awards 2023 under the Cocoa Excellence Program. Apart from recognizing the efforts of the farmers in the cacao industry, we hope that through this platform, the value chain players will work together by sharing knowledge, resources, and technologies to expand opportunities, promote inclusivity, and build prosperity across the country. Congratulations, UKT, on your episode 5. I urge all stakeholders to continue supporting the cacao and chocolate industry as a means of fostering our country's economic growth and development. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Undersecretary Blesila A. Lantayona of the Department of Trade and Industry. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have also to thank the Department of Agriculture for being an active partner of PCIC and PCIA all these years. They have been a strong supporter of the different activities of PCIA and PCIC. And today, we are happy to have with us live the Director of the National Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture Program and the Director of the DA High Value Crops Development Program. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Director Gerald Glenn P. F. Panganiban.
So good afternoon, everyone, and happy World Chocolate Day. I didn't know such a day existed, so I'm very excited being a chocolate lover myself. And thank you to DTI for inviting us for this episode ng Usapang Chocolate. Well, for the Department of Agriculture, it's a very exciting point in time with our department having our no less than our president heading the department. So again, it's our opportunity, is the chance for the industry to work closely with us and make sure that your voices are heard, especially ng ating presidente. And I'm sure you've heard that his focus is really on food security and of course prosperity, most especially of our farmers and the general population. So hopefully the cacao industry, with the support of the private sector, of course us in the government in partnership with DTI, we'll always be there to support you. And hopefully the closer coordination that we can have, because you are the experts in the field. Actually, we are here to complement you. So yung pong nabanggit kanina ni Undersecretary Lantayona about the value chain, hopefully, and we had your really good inputs during the crafting of our commodity industry roadmap. Hopefully we can make it, we can implement that roadmap closely with you as an industry, and of course our farmers, involving our farmers, because at the end of the day they are the ones that we need to help. So hopefully with this episode, and meron kayong technical skills na matututunan later about shade management and pruning practices, hopefully that will help. And then during the open forum and your discussions, if there's anything that the government can do and can help you with, please don't hesitate to contact us. We at the High Value Crops Development Program, of course, working from the achievements or accomplishments of our Undersecretary Evelyn Lavinia, of course, who is really a staunch supporter of the cacao industry. We will continue her efforts to support the cacao industry, and hopefully the quality cacao of the Philippines can hopefully have that larger market niche and maybe take over and be more popular globally. So yun lang po. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat, and again, let's work together because the government cannot do it alone. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Director Panganiban, for your message for today's episode of Usapang Cacao at Chocolate. At this point, my dear friends, I think we have now the president of the Philippine Cacao Industry Association and the chairperson of the Philippine Cacao Industry Council with us. We would like to request Consul Almi Lopez Garcia to give his opening message for this afternoon's episode of Usapang Cacao at Chocolate. Take it away, Consul Almi Lopez Garcia.
Thank you very much, Blair, and a wonderful and joyous afternoon to everyone. Before anything else, let me acknowledge the participants of this afternoon's Usapang Cacao at Chocolate, the UKT. Before anything else, thank you, Yusek Bless Lantayona, for sharing our love and passion for the cacao industry. I know you have been very supportive, and for this, I would like to thank you very much. And also at this point, I would like to acknowledge and thank former USEC Evelyn Lavinia for her support. You know very well that in the past UKT, she has always been with us. Maski naka-travel, she's always on board. And for this, I would like to thank her again. And she assured me that in her capacity as a private sector, she will continue to support our industry, and that shows her love again and passion for the industry. And thank you, Director Glenn, for reiterating the support. And of course, we know very well that no less than His Excellency, the President BBM, has assumed the post of the Secretary of Agriculture. That shows that he really treasures the role of agriculture here. And of course, I think that's part and parcel that cacao as part of the value chain and as part of the prime commodity that will assist our farmers, diba? So anyway, I would like to acknowledge also the presence of our vice chairpersons from the Luzon, Mrs. Sylvia Ordonez, Visayas, Mayor Buen Mondejar, and in Mindanao, Mr. Chris Lindo of the PCIC, and for the Philippine Cacao Industry Associations officers, Mr. Chris Fadriga, the directors, Charita Puentespina, Mr. Philo Chua, and of course, also Mayor Buen is also our Vice President and Secretary. Our Secretary is also Sylvia Ordonez. And so the respectable heads and representatives of the different government agencies, most especially DTI and DA, who are now celebrating the World Chocolate Day all over the Philippines. Okay, so I know in Cebu the program has been running for 1 week, and I know that Davao is also doing the same, and in Luzon they're also celebrating. And thank you for the DTI Cacao Regional Coordinators, and to our esteemed resource persons, our experts, Mr. Chris de los Santos, Raimundo de los Santos, an expert here in his field. He's even a consultant in the international arena. And also, I would like to personally thank our speaker, another speaker, a very able speaker and generous speaker, Mr. Alfonso Jack Sandique, for sharing their expertise and knowledge. And it is when we, you know very well that in the roadmap, we have spelled out that for the farmers to be happy, they have to meet the 2 kilos per tree per year. However, we have not achieved that. But knowing that Mr. Jack Sandique and his farm has harvested even 3 kilos per tree per year and 4 kilos per tree per year, I said, we in the council realized that there must be something wrong here. So that's why we invited Jack Sandique here to share his knowledge. And of course, he has been generous in sharing his technology so that to uplift the farmers all over the world. Because if we have a happy farmer, then the whole industry will be also very happy. And so, and also to the Philippine cacao value chain players, chocolate enthusiasts who are present here this afternoon, and to our UKT viewers and participants. And on behalf of the Philippine Cacao Industry Council and Philippine Cacao Industry Association, of course, I welcome you to this episode 5. And you know very well that the UKT is a monthly exercise where we converge and we share ideas. And it is here that we really show our oneness and cooperation to be of help with each other. Now, we have been, since last year, we really made sure that we celebrate the World Chocolate Day to show to the world that we are indeed, we are indeed a strong industry, and that we are here to stay, and that we are here to compete. That the Philippine chocolate and cacao is here to compete in the world arena. And also, we would like to show to the local consumers that our industry is here to serve them, and that it's about time that they support the cacao industry by always drinking chocolate, okay? Because it's not only very good, it has also its health benefits. So, of course, to achieve our globally competitive and sustainable cacao industry, we have to cooperate, we have to unite ourselves, and of course, you know, in the past, we have already announced that with the help of these technical and experts all over the Philippines, including our 2 speakers who will be speaking this afternoon, we will be coming out with a production and post-harvest manual. This is our Bible, our guide, to assist the farmers to meet at least the 2 kilos per tree per year, so that we will all be happy. So again, I continue to express our gratitude and support from the different to the different agencies, especially the DTI, the DA, and also the other government agencies that a partnership, and of course with ATI, and have been incorporating and cacao in among the coconut plants. And so I thank you all for being with us today, and I hope that listening to the experts now will add to your knowledge and will also add to the productivity of your farms. So at this juncture, I would like to again express my congratulations to all for this beautiful World Chocolate Day. Because again, you know very well that chocolate connotes happiness, connotes beauty, and connotes love. For the love of our Philippine chocolate industry, and for us to bring the Philippine chocolate and cacao to the world, we have to be together here in unite each other and to be so that our cacao industry will remain strong. So maayong hapon sa tanan and happy World Chocolate Day to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilor Army Lopez Garcia. My friends in the chocolate and cacao industry, today is a double celebration. Aside from celebrating the World Chocolate Day, today also happens to be the birthday of our national chairperson, Councilor Army Lopez Garcia. So please join me in greeting our dear national chairperson a happy, happy birthday. Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, happy
Happy
birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank
Happy
you very
birthday, Consul Army Lopez Garcia.
Thank you very
Unya ng bangka, mama.
Onya na. Onya
Okay,
ng bangka.
meeting ka. Okay. Thank you once again. Before we will giving you the topic presentations and the activities for our Chocolate Day celebration, we would like to encourage all our activity participants in Zoom and at FB Live to fill up our online attendance sheet, which we have shared as a chat box and on the FB message board. Now, we will use your contact details when we send the presentation materials. Also, we encourage everyone, including the FB Live participants, to fill up also our customer feedback form to guide us on how to improve our future conduct of UKT through this medium. Once again, thank you very much, my dear friends. So before going to the next part of our activity today, we will be having our UKT tradition, which is the group photo. So may I enlist everyone to open their cameras for the screenshot, and may I request our beautiful ladies from Region 11 to facilitate our group photo. Take it away, Region 11.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Request everyone to turn on their cameras. So, medyo marami po, 5 pages. So, remain smiling. So, first page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Second page. Third page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Fourth page. And last page. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Corona, for that. And my dear friends, when it comes to craving something sweet, it is chocolate that always comes to our rescue. Indulging the rich creamy bar of chocolate is a delight that we all love to dabble in. As a matter of fact, chocolate is so loved that it is enjoyed in all forms. It can be a chocolate cake, it can be chocolate ice cream, or chocolate mousse. Just thinking about all this dessert made us drooling. So people all around the world love chocolates dearly. So much so that we have a special day to celebrate this treat known as the World Chocolate Day. Ever since 2009, the World Chocolate Day is celebrated every seventh day of July. And today, Philippines is joining the whole wide world through the lead and anchor for the development of the cacao industry, the Philippine Cacao Industry Council and the Philippine Cacao Industry Association in celebrating the World Chocolate Day 2022. So my friends, join us as we go through our regions in appreciating our chocolates, whether it's a dark and bitter, smooth and sweet, but no matter what your flavor preference would be, chocolates will still continue to be part of our lives. So sit back, relax, and enjoy for this short audiovisual presentation prepared to us by our Secretariat as we commemorate the World Chocolate Day 2022.
The 7th of July marks the World Chocolate Day celebration, a global celebration that amplifies the chocolate's versatility, its flavors, and its origin. Today, the Philippine cacao industry joins the whole world in celebrating the World Chocolate Day. To our Filipino chocolate processors, artisan chocolatier, cacao farmers, all the value chain players and industry stakeholders. Happy World Chocolate Day. Together, let us move Philippine chocolates to the world.
So thank you very much for that. And we will be witnessing and hearing later presentations on our chocolates and tablea in all over our archipelago. And we will be presenting some of the regional and the provincial products that we have later in the program this afternoon. So now we have to proceed to the next part of our activity this afternoon, our cacao conversation through the Osapang Cacao at Chocolate. Our topics today will be on cacao shade management and cacao pruning practices. We have with us today two of our top-notch cacao industry experts who will share with us their vast experiences on this topic. Our first topic presenter is a plantation manager for about 30 years experience in high-value crop plantations of cacao and palm oil, with some experience in coconut and banana planting. He has a hands-on experience in commercial plantation operations, nursery operations, land preparation, immature and mature activities with organizational ability to identify, recruit, and train field operations staff, employees with effective skills as a team player. He was appointed by the Secretary of Agriculture as auxiliary member of the Department of Agriculture BPI National Seed Industry Council for calendar year 2022 to 2024. He was also appointed as a technical writer for the Harmonized Cacao Production and Post-Harvest Facility Protocol Manual of the Philippine Cacao Industry Council of the Philippines. He worked in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines as a professional planter at all levels of operations in cacao and oil palm corporate plantations. Previous positions include a laboratory technician in a research and development department, field supervisor, cadet planter, assistant plantation manager, and general manager and plantation head. Ladies and gentlemen, to discuss and share with us his expertise on cacao shade management. My dear friends, let's all welcome Mr. Raimundo R. de los Santos.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Sir Blair. How is my audio?
Okay, sir, no problem. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Sir Blair. Yeah, thank you, Consul Army and team in PCIC, PCIA, also the Department of Agriculture, DTI, and our host who are able to conduct this Usapan Cacao and Chocolate. Before I start, I wish everyone happy chocolate day for everybody. And I hope we have more chocolates day celebrations like this in the future. I'm actually presently abroad, so I thank you for inviting me, and hopefully my signal is good. May we start with the slides, please? Yeah, I will go through the topic on shed establishment and management, and then if you have any questions along the way, just keep the notes, and we will have a question and answer after the presentation. I'm worried my signal will be cut off or may not be very good during the presentation. So, good afternoon, everybody. Maayong hapon. We start with the open area shed management. So basically, cacao is a shade-loving plant. So it originates in South America, where it is grown wild condition, and a lot of new, how you call that, new expansion now likes to incorporate the shade status or the shade condition where it is originated. So I'll start with the open area shade management. Planting cacao in open area needs shade establishment because of its origin, that it is from a shade-loving environment. So the leaves of the cacao seedlings are tender and easily damaged if the young seedlings are planted directly under the sun. So this is also in consideration that if you start a new planting, even after planting during the rainy months, we expect some dry or sunny days in between or going towards the summer days. So it is always advisable to plant under the shade. So therefore, to protect these and to make sure that they survive to reduce the mortality rates, we should maintain the shade from its immature stage, which is the first day of planting, until the first 2 years. In particular, where the region we have hot climatic conditions, which is not suitable for cacao. So this is more urgent for those open area plantings. Next, please. So again, in the open area shade, we have these following reasons: avoid direct sunlight on the young leaves, which is very tender, and then we need more leaves to come up at this point of their plant age. Reduce light intensity, of course, to reduce moisture stress, scorching, and also effect on the growth. And protection against strong winds, which is very damaging in some areas in our country. And protection against insects. So these are the basic purpose of that shade. So for open areas with dry climatic weather, with no existing shade, it is good to consider irrigation or fertigation system. In many new expansion or new plantings, they consider this, knowing that this cacao is a high-valued crop, which is a good market in the industry. So this is a commodity that is also lacking now. Many plantation, as based on my experience, already convert to either palm oil or other crops. Therefore, cacao is being planted in irrigation or fertigation system, knowing that it is highly in demand by big corporate companies. Next, please. Yeah, so basically establishing the cocoa is easiest where it is possible to underplant another crop or intercropping. So this is a good alternative, especially among our coconut farmers, the PCA program. They have this program to incorporate intercropping. So other shade trees, which is compatible, coconut, banana, ipil-ipil, but basically cacaoate or Madrid de cacao is the choice. But try not to plant under intercropping with other fruit species which has the common pests such as rambutan and longan, because it will only give a negative effect instead of supporting your growth of the cacao. Next slide is where we can see this is taken in Palawan. So they are doing intercropping, although we can do better with the weeds. Next. So this is just a suggestion. If you have a good layout, let's say 10 by 10, this is the possible planting distance that you can use. So in between the coconut rows, we can plant 2 rows of cacao. And if you want, in between the coconut palms, in the coconut rows, you can also plant banana. So maybe 1 or 2 can fit in, which can help, especially helping with the pollination, pollinators population. Next. So here, more or less, if it is flat and easy to lay, what you call layout, basically you will be planting a 10 by 10 and then 3 by 2.5 meters for the cacao. You should be getting about 600 cacao trees. Next. And this is the permanent shade crops in case you don't have a coconut, but in some plantation, they just plant shade trees, monocropping. The choice is usually Gliricidia or Madre de Cacao. Easy to maintain and also durable, and they help with the nitrogen fixing. Next. This is a sample of a plot farm that we established in Seriaya, Quezon. So as you can see, March planted, and then the situation in July. So cacao, how you call that? Easy to plant, easy to manage. The next slide also will show the same thing on the same plot. Again, March, and then after 4 months, it grows, and then you can see the cacao also. We maintain the temporary shade while the main shade is growing. This is an open area in the farm where we don't have the coconut and the banana. Next. Again, the same thing. As you can see in the July 2018 cacao, you can see the leaves, the initial leaves. This cacao was planted in February. So you can see how it grows with help of the shade around it. So next is the agroforestry system. There are areas, or there are programs that they plant cacao under forest or existing forest. So basically the idea is to reduce some of the shade before planting, and then while it is growing, then we partially remove it along together with age once it's growing. So this is the more or less the sketch of how the shade is supposed to be. So no touching on the shade on the upper layer, but only the cacao is covered between the trees. So next. This is what we have in the same thing, the agroforestry project with some IP communities in Palawan. So they already planted and they also manage the shade. The next slide also show the same thing. As the cacao grows, we encourage to reduce the overhead shade. Next. So for planting the seedlings on the onset of rainy season, it should be planted ahead so that the seedlings is ready for planting during rainy season. Although while transplanting, the seedlings will get acclimatized from the nursery, and to avoid the direct hot sun exposure, it is advisable to put in fronding. So the fronds from the coconut. So we do the layout, we prepare all the materials before we start the planting. Yeah, next. And of course, within the first year of planting, especially after the 6 to 8 months, thereafter the rainy season usually stop and going into summer months, maintain the fronding, which is the partial temporary shade for our seedlings. Although many people said they don't need fronding or temporary shade because enough shade overhead or their weather condition is not as hot as others, but this will depend on situation on each farm. So it is advisable, but it is not compulsory. So next. So just to highlight, so the purpose of the shade management is to establish very healthy immature stage of cacao plants. But for province with wind damage due to typhoon calamity, even during rainy season where we start the planting, so this is also good to have some shade. Need overhead shade establishment as windbreaker, and also other possible pruning or tree shape formation can be considered using lower tree height or varieties which have bigger branches and not as tall. They have more branching instead of growth lateral. And then of course, there are farmers who use double or triple rootstock. This is areas where wind damage is prone during typhoon calamity. But of course, using double or triple rootstock will have some cost implications, but it all depends on each farmer. Some look at it very effective in the long term, but of course, it depends on each farmer's capacity also. Next. Temporary shed management at planting. So we always advise using temporary shed, which we call usually fronding or materials from the fronds of the coconut, especially in areas which doesn't have compatible rainfall, like what we have in many areas in Mindanao, in the island areas where we have extended dry months. So we suggest to do fronding right from day one of planting. Okay, next. So as a part of immature stage, the first year, besides doing ring weeding and fertilizer application, we have to maintain the fronding every 3 months. But depends also, some are dry months, they don't rot easily. But during wet months, probably you have to change less than 3 months, maybe 2.5 months you have to change. And also we know due to climate change, the weather is, or the climate is not consistent each year. So I advise always visit your farm once you start planting, because at this stage, these are babies who are being released in the farm. So look into the situation of the shade. From there, you can see whether the green leaves are damaged or they are growing healthily. So especially in the part of the first year planting. Next. So the areas planted with cover crops, if you are able to put up cover crops, will be good. It keeps the moisture, it have benefits, and some cover crop are very thick up to the knee. So it also helps if you have cover crops or you're capable of planting cover crops around the area before the planting, and then just maintain ring weeding encircle the newly planted, so the cover crop will able to give the good benefits to your new planting. This will also give mulching, shade, and at the same time we reduce weeds growing into your new plantings. There's a note that when planting using big size polybags or those seedlings which is 8 to 10 months or older. These are more sturdier, they are better resistant or less, can stand better in the open area because they are bigger seedlings and more leaves. So this also can help reduce mortality. But then again, overhead shed may not be necessary in some cases, but again, depend on site, kanyang-kanyang farm condition. Some may need even bigger seedlings can stand, or if it is extended months of dry months, I will always advise to use fronding or temporary shed. Next. So the shed regulation or maintenance. So basically, when we first planting, it should be around 70 to 75% shade at the immature stage. And this is the density also we expect from coming out of the nursery. So 70 to 75%, reduce the shade first at the nursery so that it can acclimatize the young leaves. Don't choose those with new flush from the nursery. So only hardened leaves. And then once we plant, make sure the area is around 70 to 75% of shade, and you can still help to use fronding or temporary shade around the newly planted seedlings. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so from first year, second year, and third year, hopefully our farmers, we are routine visiting the plantation. Normally between 3 months to 6 months, there are some seedlings that are vigorous. Some are very slow. So you have to adjust the shade. You can easily adjust. If you have fronding, you can take it off for the active growth, and less active, not necessary to take them off before 6 months. But as a rule of thumb, if you're planting under coconut palm, you expect on overhead shade or intercropping, you expect 25% of the sunlight on those overhead plants, and then 50% on the cacao canopy, and 25% you can see the sunlight penetration on the ground. So it should be spots of sunlight on the ground, and that means it is not too heavy on the pruning or too shaded. So basically, it's just a 25% spots of sunlight on the ground when you are standing in the canopy of your cacao trees. Next. I think that is basically I can share about the shade. If there's any question and answer, I can answer them. And if there's anything that you might need further information, you can reach out to me on this email.
Yes, we wish to thank
I think that's
Mr.
for
Raymond De Los Santos for the
Yes.
presentation. We will be having the question and answer after the second presenter has done his presentation. So we would again request our audience in Facebook Live and through Zoom. If you have questions later, you could post that in our chat box, or you could raise your hands for an actual live question and answer with our topic presenters. Again, on behalf of PCIC, we thank Mr. Raymond R. De Los Santos for your time with us today. Next, my dear friends, we have our next topic presenter, who is who will be discussing the topic on cacao pruning practices. He is the guy mentioned by Council Armin Lopez Garcia, a cacao farmer and an expert of cacao production, who has a farm that can produce 3 to 4 kilos of beans, cacao pods, no? 3 to 4 kilos of cacao pods annually. So with that, we are happy to have with us this guy who will be sharing with us his experiences on this respect that would allow us to appreciate better how pruning practices could lead us in making sure that we could get the right size and the right pods that we wanted to have in our respective farms. So at this point, my dear friends, on our second topic presenter who will be discussing with us on cacao pruning practices, let's all welcome Mr. Alfonso Jack F. Sandique.
Good afternoon. Please allow me to share my screen.
Okay, continue, sir.
Yes, do you have the screen now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go
Yes,
ahead.
Maayong hapon sa tanan. Good afternoon to each and everyone, all the participants, and my greetings to our birthday celebrant, Consul Army.
Thank you.
God bless you. Okay, so my topic is on cacao, pruning of cacao trees. No, just for the information of the group, Paring Chris and I have been collaborating for almost 3 years now. No, even before, but unluckily because of the pandemic, we haven't personally met each other. So we share the same passion on looking for solutions on cacao farming. And another thing is I'm more known, no, mas kilala ako sa industriya ng pagtatanim ng goma. Ako po isang magogoma, no. Merong Richard Goma, meron ding Jack Goma. Yung goma ko iba. No, modesty aside, I'm currently the National Banner Program Committee Chair for Rubber in the Department of Agriculture, High Value Craft. No, so let me share to you, ladies and gentlemen, my cacao journey. No, my cacao journey. So about 5 years ago, there was a gathering. No, yung Mentor Me program. We were in Marco Polo with other experts on other field of agriculture, and that was then the time also that naghanap po tayo ng ibang pananim to go diversify in farming. So I was looking at coffee. I was seated there and on one table. I still remember it very clearly that there was Toto Moico, Val Turtur, Edwin Banquerigo. He was still active with the DTI. And they were, kinakamayan nila ako, lika. So, they are my friends from Davao. So, nilapitan ko at sinabi na sa akin, Bay, bakit ka nakaupo sa coffee? Sabi ko, parang gusto ko mag-coffee. So, wag ka mag-coffee, magkakao ka. Ano ko, bakit? Bakit kakao? Sabi nila, the price of beans of cacao and coffee are basically the same. But ika nga, to have a kilo of dried coffee beans, you will need at least 1,500, as much as 2,000 beans to pick to be able to have 1 kilo dry. Compared daw sa cacao, average of 30 pods lang, may 1 kilo ka na. So that was a no-brainer for me, and that was how I was engaged in cacao farming. So as a farmer, benchmarking po tayo, no? Nag-benchmarking po tayo. So I went to several farms, no? Marami-rami din. So the results were good and bad, no? The good thing is I see a very strong group, no? Strong group ng mga experts, government agencies. It's really pushing cacao as an avenue, no? As yung isang pananim na makakabigay ng income, not only income but to sustainable income that will bring our farmers out of poverty. But I was also sad and dismayed somehow because most of the farms that I went to has been suffering with low productivity. No, more than that, pumasok kami ng mga farm at nakita po natin na ang hirap palang pasukin ng cacao farm. No? Maybe siguro that time talagang na-highlight kasi sanay ako sa goma na in rubber trees, we have at least 4 meters na walang sanga sa ibaba. So pwede ka mag-basketball sa ilalim ng gomahan. No? Third is, nakita po din natin na the low density, no? Very clear that the density of productive trees is very, very low. No? Iba nga, below 50%, walang bunga o wala dyan. And these are major challenges. No? These are major challenges that na pumasok sa mind ko na hindi ako papasok sa pagtatanim ng kakao pag hindi itong na-address. No? So, furthermore, we started. No? This time around, I met a very good gentleman, the person of Mr. Larry Suarez, that's been engaged in cacao farming way back 70s pa. No? He's not that so young nor so old, but kung babasihan po natin yung pag-iisip niya sa mga research na nagawa na noon at ngayon pa man, really get me into more interest, no, sa rubber. So there was a very close collaboration with Larry and me, and together with some members of the team where I belong, no, the Cacao Pilsens, in finding ways and means on how to address the problems na nakita natin at talagang nangyayari sa mga field. No? So much for that. My topic today is on pruning of cacao trees. No? This is very important topic from a point of view because lumalabas na yung pruning pala is closely related, or sabihin natin is one of the major factor that affects the productivity of cacao tree. So moving on, bakit kailangan? No? What's the importance of pruning? So tree formation. No? Tree formation, ikaw na may tanim na kakao, when you start pruning or cutting branches, twigs, whatever, it's going to be you who's going to design kung anong forma ng puno mo. Straight ba, tagilid ba, square ba, no? Just like yung mga nag-gardening, no? They can, using the pruning shears, they can really form what tree they want. Now, from my point of view, pruning is very important. Yung tree formation natin, I believe that that is somehow that will solve the problem on the inaccessibility to enter your farm. No? Nakita po natin in some areas, sobra pa, no? Pababa yung sanga, ang hirap pumasok. Others followed also yung nakita natin na technology, the branches should be somehow at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock, no? Nakaganon. No? But with the current traditional way of farming cacao at that distance, and if you want to achieve somebody who could easily access rows, you go inside with your tools, during harvesting especially and fertilization, lugi po tayo doon dahil to be able to achieve na yung tao nakakatindig na straight sa ilalim, then you have to go rows, the distance between rows farther, no? So anong lugi doon? Lugi po tayo sa density per hectare. So ang ginawa po natin, we develop, or somehow we didn't reinvent the wheel. We just go back to the old farming system that wherein there's better accessibility. Now, another thing is the control of height, the size of the canopy. So there you go. The bigger the tree, the more work that needs to be done, the more area to spray with chemicals to control the pests and diseases. And iba tong cacao, no? Because from the time you will plant it, there's going to be a plan, because there's going to be a long time for you to maintain the trees, no? Especially the weed span and the height of the tree. So again, another thing that why pruning is important, I would say the cacao tree loves sunlight. sunlight is the one giving life to any tree, no? Hindi lang siguro kakao, lahat ng fruit producing trees would need sunlight, no? A lot of sunlight, no? And another thing is if sunlight can penetrate, especially the inside of your farm, it limits also the entry of pests and diseases, especially the fungus, no? Fungus disease, because you will have the right humidity under your farm. When it comes to pod production naman, shall we say, generally speaking, it's the balance between the growth of the tree and the yield. No? Pag-usapan po natin yan mamaya, more about that area. I gave also other considerations. No? Like before you start pruning, you have to use the right tools by doing so. Hindi pwede itak na lang ang gagamitin mo. To effectively and efficiently work on pruning, you have to have the right tools. The pruning shears, hindi lang pruning shears, dapat sharpened pruning seals. Tapos you need saw at sometimes, no? Kung major, kung trunk yung puputulin mo at mataas yung volume na puputulin mo, it would be most likely meron kang maliit na chainsaw. Hindi naman ganun kamahal na ngayon, no? So then during pruning, it is also an avenue to bring around, especially the BSD, no? If you cut one tree with infected with BSD, pag ginamit mo the same tool without disinfecting it, there you go. It's going to scatter very fast. So these are very, very important considerations that before you start the activity of pruning, you have to inspect your field. Okay. So I will be presenting, I'll be presenting to you two categories: the non-productive trees and productive trees. No? On the non-productive trees, you see that picture. That's very proud to present you. Those are the official members of the Cacao Pilsens, no? Led by no less than my ex-girlfriend daw, sabi nila, Joanne. No? And on the right side, on the productive trees, that is Larry Suarez. That picture was taken in this demo farm na kung saan kami malimit nandun at palagi kami nag-uusap kung anong pwedeng magandang gawin, no? Very clear, oh. Kita niyo yung height ng mga puno, no? So moving on, let us now go to non-productive trees. Non-productive trees, I again made the three topics, no? Major topics: formative pruning, establishment of the production or the fruiting area, and establishment of a proper leaf area index, no, or LAI. Okay, formative pruning. Ano po yun? Formative pruning starts when you start planting, and as you go along, makikita mo yan, lalabas yung mga fan, no? Yung mga fan branches, no? Papalit-palit. Kaliwa, kanan, kaliwa, kanan, kaliwa, kanan. So while going around, yung iba nakikita po natin sa mga practices ng ibang farms, they allow these branches to grow. Tapos medyo mahaba na bago pinuputol. So from my point of view, during the emergence, hindi pa nakakaabot ng 2 inches, taas na siya yung 3 inches. Yung mga undesired na ayaw ko, tinatanggal ko. So this formative pruning was a very important activity in the farm, no? Ginawa natin is objective. First objective, we want accessibility to the field, especially on from the point of maintenance, no, and harvesting. So ang ginawa po natin, side pruning po tayo until we reach the height of 1 meter. Na 1 meter na walang sanga. And then that's the time we allowed branching. But branching, 4 to 5 or 4 to 6 branches. I call that production branches. And then we take off the same, yung maliliit, yung masyadong malapit, so ibig sabihin, we're trying to make it balance, no? So kung halimbawa dalawa dito, may isa dito, tanggalin mo yung isa. Quite afar from each other to have more space for fruiting. And when the tip, no, yung last whorl niya ay umabot sa mga 2.5 meters, yung last whorl nila ay pinuputol po natin. I call that top pruning. Wherein when you do the top pruning, that means you limit the height somewhere around there. And you will have already enough, more than enough branches for production and to hold the leaves that you would want to have too. And this activity is very important on the formative pruning. Ano po yun? Yung tip pruning naman. So sa mga branches sa dulo, if you have the right sizes already or distance from the core, puputulin mo yung dulo to allow vertical branches naman to go inside to form a very good canopy. No? So generally speaking, formative pruning from my personal point of view is to be able to come out with a tree that is well rooted, a very balanced canopy, hindi po pwede nakatagilid. Kahit pag nakatagilid, pag nagbunga, lalo na't parami, matumba yon. So that's the only time that we farmer are given a chance to make a vertically erected. Kung pwede lang na 90 degrees from the ground, much better, no? So that is why we changed our system in line staking. We used to plant, lalagay lang kami, mabuti lang kung merong half meter na nakalabas na kawain diyan. This time around, we're using 1.5 to 2 meters na nakalabas from the ground para habang tumutubo, nakaalalay so that you will have vertically erected trees. No? So again, another topic is establishment of production or fruiting area. No? By the way, no, these trees are planted February 2021. So makita nyo yung pinag-usapan natin a while ago. Makita nyo yung mga sanga. No? Look at the girth of the trees. This picture was taken last month, so February, March, April, May, June. So these are 16 months old trees. The one, the cover crop below is basically very, very important on our farming. That is a cover crop known as Mucuna brachiata. No? It controls the climatic condition of the ground, the soil moisture, and more importantly, it gives at least 200 kilos of pure nitrogen per hectare per year. And in our system, we do believe that plays a vital role, a major role, especially in the growth. No? And it's also emphasized, if you look at side by side or behind those trees, it is uniformly being grown. Now, leaf area index. Mathematically, palaging na-mention. Ano ba yung leaf area index na yan? So the leaf area is the leaf area divided by the shaded ground area or base area. So kung i-compute po natin yan, kung ilang square meter, kung itatabi-tabi mo yung mga leaves, ilang square meters, tapos yung sa ground na nako-cover ng shade, pi r squared, so yun din na yung area niya. No? So I will explain to that. I think it would better if I would be illustrating to the group, no, in a form of a drawing, no. So allow me to summarize the first topic of unproductive trees, pruning. So yung pinag-usapan po natin yung first ito. Kadyot lang kayo, ha? Okay. So morning ground. Ayun. I'll just use my ano na. So morning ground, no? This is the ground. Start growing your trees. So ang target na to is 1 meter before you allow branching. Tapos pag abot niya mga 2.5 to 3 meters, putlo ni mo na. So that there'll be a canopy that's going to be formed, right? Okay. Now, leaf area index is going to be this area, assuming that's going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4. If this is like, butana na nato 5 square meters or 6 square meters ang first level, the second level is another 5 and another 5, another 5. And then you look at this area. So if there's going to be like 20 meters squared, which is this one, divided by 5 square meters for the base. So that's going to be 4 leaf area index. So why is it important then to know the leaf area index? There are a lot of books that on cacao, and it is very clearly stated. So lahat ng books that talks about LAI, any leaves, any LAI more than 5, those leaves are all considered parasitic. Ano yun? Kung nag-check-in po tayo sa aeroplano, may excess baggage, may bayad po tayo doon. So those are the leaves that excess of the trees. Why is it parasitic? Because these are leaves as defined by the books. These are leaves that are not being subjected to light coming from the sun. So, ibig sabihin po, very important to know the right LAI so that you will have leaves that's going to be functional in achieving better production. There was a study, a lot of study. Ilan ba talagang leaves ang kailangan to support one pod para mahinog, no? I don't know if you guys had been planting into banana. So sa banana kasi na planting, one healthy leaf is to one piling ng saging. So ibig sabihin, pag may 8 kang healthy leaves in saging, you could have 8 leaves. 8 peelings para to support that. If you want bigger peelings or bigger fingers, then you reduce that to 6 if you want smaller fingers. So meron talagang correlation, especially on fruiting trees, no? So sa cacao, they say it's 50. So how many leaves do you have? So I strongly believe on the layman's term, simply saying as you have to have enough leaves, healthy and subjected to sunlight, to be able to have X number of healthy pods also. Okay, so moving on, let's talk about productive trees pruning. So again, it's maintenance pruning and production pruning. So for maintenance pruning, as you go move around your farm, you have to make into consideration yung palaging dapat tanggalin is the chupon, no? Chupon, they grow almost every week, may makita ka. So you have to go kasama yun sa pruning, eh. So we call that opportunistic pruning. So ibig sabihin, pag nasa farm ka, naglalakad ka, dapat meron kang handa na pruner palagi, because you need to take that off unless you want to change your original tree and that one grow para ma-grafting mo, no? Another thing is maintenance pruning also refers to yung sa loob ng puno, no? Ito po, this is how we do our farm, no? Please direct your attention, no? I'll be writing in the screen, no? We consider the ground, this one, sa ground. This is the palengke, no? Para mas madali, i-convert natin into a karinderya. Palengke po yun, yung mga roots ang mga palengkero. Saan dinadala yung namamalengke nila? they bring up there to the leaves. Leaves are the one cooking the raw material para makain ng ano. Sa ginawa po natin puno, is very simple po. Ito po yung dining room natin. So during the formative stage, we made sure that there's a dining room, dining table in the karinderya. So yung ratio and proportion niya, very clear. Kung gaano karami yung bunga na gusto natin, dapat ganoon din kadami ang ating dahon. So again, there are many things that we could consider here. During the maintenance pruning, you have to make sure na wala yung mga dahon, wala yung mga unwanted na dahon, unwanted na mga twigs, yung mga patay na mga branches, tanggalin po natin yun. Why? Because it may be there that pest and disease will start. Second, when we do the maintenance, when we do the spraying, when we do all the activities, natatabunan po yung mga fruits. And you can also see why it's very important to raise the trees. No? Very good ventilation will promote less problem with pests and diseases. So, yun po. That's what we do. No? And one more thing in our maintenance pruning, yung overlapping of branches from the other tree. We don't allow more than 18 inches, shall we say. No? The more kasi na mapang-abot yon, believe it or not, that will lessen also your production because that will cause stress on both trees. No? So if possible, you make your trees stress-free. Okay, so moving on. So this is our production pruning. No? Ano yung production pruning? Sa farm po natin, we refer that to quarterly pruning. No? Major pruning yon. When we say major pruning, we tend to ibalik namin sa gusto namin na height, gusto namin na form, without really disrupting or giving more stress on the trees. How do we calculate that? Mata-mata system, no? Our guys are trained not to remove more than 20% of the volume of leaves at any time. And by only getting 20% timely, it will induce, no? It will induce these trees to produce flowers. And if yun din ang time natin na we make sure that when flowers emerges from those trees, pagtingin ng puno ng mga palengkero sa baba, dapat may mapalengke, may makuha sila sa palengke na pagkain. So we have to synchronize that also with fertilization. All these things should be matahi to. So if you look closely on the fruits, no, modesty aside, our team, no, Larry, his team, me and my team, together with some members of Cacao Pilsen, shall we say, it's something pwedeng mapag-aralan more because what's happening in our field, we never stop harvesting since that day, the week that we start harvesting, it's a weekly harvest. No? We haven't experienced high and low peak. It's more on 4 to 6 curves of taas konti, baba naman, taas konti. So if take notice of again of the trees, so there are flowers present, merong maliliit, merong followers. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jack Sendike. There you have it, my dear friends. The presentations of two of our industry experts on cacao. So at this point, we will now be entertaining questions. I understand that we have already some questions in the chat box, which I will be raising to our two topic presenters. If you're interested, you can raise your hands in Zoom. And if you are on FB Live, you could comment your questions. First question, I would like to raise this question to our first speaker. Can we use sacks as temporary shading, and how should it be set up such that it won't affect the growth of the immature cacao plant. So here's the first question. How can we use sacks as temporary shading, and how can it be set up such that it would affect the growth of immature cacao plants? Yes, sir.
My audio?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, the stock meaning to say like egg fertilizer bag or
Yes, sir. Did you hear the question, right?
Mean by sako?
Yeah, sako ang ginagamit for temporary shading. So paano gagawin to na hindi maapektuhan ng growth ng immature cacao plants natin?
So the question is it new planting or infilling? Because kung new planting, meaning to say, must have a certain level of shade to support the new planting. But if it is as probably they use this because they don't have fronding. Yung mga what we used to is coconut fronds. Pwede naman, but then you will have the problems of taking care of the waste. Ano po? So it's a choice that if you have to use like that nga hindi sila natural, they cannot just you can just throw away as organic, it will rot on its own, but then may mga trabaho pa kasunod yan. That is still acceptable because some plantation we worked with before in Malaysia, Indonesia, they even have a special plastic, a different type. It started with plastic and then later on it's degradable and so forth. So it is possible, although you have to have extra work afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Another question for the first speaker. Is mulching or covering the tree trunks with different leaves or grass continuously will not cause harm or disease to the tree?
Mulching?
Yung mulching ba? Oo. Kasi nag-mulching ba, baka sila nag-mulching, lagyan nilang dahon, no? And grass. Yung puno.
Yeah.
Will it affect the, yan?
Yeah, so when we say mulching, of course there are organic, there are some inorganic because there are a lot in the market now, yung mga mulching plastics. So the idea they said, it also serve the same purpose. But basically when we say mulching, it should give some organic inputs to the plants. So some are, when after they're doing weeding, pinamulch nila yung waste, but try to avoid yung mga roots. Some are, after pina-uproot nila, yung roots nga mga weeds, kasama dyan sa mulching. So you only add more weeds to your circles instead of the purpose of mulching. So ganun. Basically, it's something like a common sense nga if you want to do mulching from the weeds that you uproot, then make sure you don't include the roots para ma-avoid yung mga extra problems dyan sa circles natin.
Okay, thank you. We have our first live question. We would like to acknowledge DTI Aurora, Aldrin Veneracion, please. You're acknowledged. Aldrin Veneracion of DTI Aurora.
Yes, Sir Blair, thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm PD Aldrin of DTI Aurora from Region 3. I will raise this question on behalf of our cacao farmers, because as our experience, during typhoon period in our area, majority of the cacao trees, almost sabihin natin mga 80% bagsak, buwal, no? Nabubuwal. And talagang ramdam namin, although I am not involved directly in the production side of cacao, talagang halos nawawala ng pag-asa ang aming mga cacao farmers dahil very affected yung kanilang investment, yung kanilang effort dun sa establish nilang cacao plantation. So my question is, paano natin ma-address yung ganung scenario na paulit-ulit na hundred of hectares
Yes, sir. Hello, PD Aldrin. Okay, I think there's a technical problem with PD Aldrin of DTI Aurora. Did you get the question right, Sir Raymond or Sir Jack? Baka mukhang Baguio yon. Problema ng Baguio.
Yeah, by the way, shout out Jack. Nice presentation. Yeah, Sir Blair. Yeah, I didn't get quite the exact question. He said something within certain season ba yan? Nga bagsak ang tanim or
can I Sir Chris, sagutin ko yung tanong niya. I think it's more on how to mitigate the effects of strong winds. Wag na lang typhoon, strong winds lang, no? I am very much aware of this problem because as a national banner program for rubber nga, mas madali pa mabuwal yon, no? Yun talaga ay hindi pwede, no? Not to plant in any typhoon belt areas or even areas with winds stronger than 80 kilometers per hour, natutumba po talaga yon. Let me share to you some ideas, no? This is not an idea that I invented or innovated, but these are ideas coming from the group of China, mga Chinese guys to who works on rubber in Hainan province, no? Somehow they were able to mitigate the negative effects of typhoon, and it would be nice to share also to areas planting cacao, no, wag lang rubber. So this is how they do it, no? Please direct your attention to the screen, no? Naka-screen share pa rin ba ako? Hindi na.
You can share your screen, sir.
Sige daw. Yan, okay na?
Hindi pa lumalabas. Okay,
Okay
okay
na?
na.
Yan,
Okay,
okay.
lumalabas na.
Okay, assuming po, ito kasi yung Pilipinas, di ba? Normally, it's coming, the wind is coming from, normally it's coming from the east. Ay po, saan na taga. Normally, it's coming from this side, from the east. Tama ba? So, ang ginawa ng mga Chinese, before they planted their crops, they put windbreakers. There's no other way, no? You cannot prevent that typhoon to pass by. What we could do is do some windbreakers that would help farmers. Not totally mitigate, but you're going to save a lot of this pag nangyari to. This is how we do it. Naglalagay po sila ng ganun yung forma. For example, these guys in the typhoon belted area, no? I know it, although I grew up in Mindanao, taga Mindanao ako, pero I had a chance to live in Ormoc City. I had a chance to stay in Hong Kong for a while. Umaabot kami ng signal number 8 doon. So ito yung ginagawa sa China ngayon. They put windbreakers. Ganon yung forma. Bakit ganon? Hindi pa ganon kasi when wind strikes that, bigay talaga yan. So the windbreakers doesn't hold the air but redirects the air. No? So if you notice, nakaganon siya, tapos this is like sa kanila, dahil goma, that's 100 meters apart. You can bring that closer. Sa akin, tingin ko siguro kahit na 50 pwede na. And I do believe sa atin, pinakamadaling itanim is kawayan. So masaya pa si PD Bamboo guy, no? Castañeda, because it's going to promote bamboo. So perhaps that's the only thing that I could share for the moment, no? It's working. If the PCIA would want to see that personally, I could bring you there to Hainan Plantation to see for yourselves. They did not stop the trees from falling down, but it was proven that it can hold the wind and redirect the wind. So that was rubber. Isipin mo, ito pinag-usapan natin, cacao. This is only 4 or 5 meters tall. We're not talking about 30 meters tall. So I strongly believe as a farmer it can help. No, there's no harm in trying. You could start an experimental area for this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We have another question for you from Victoria Samaniego. For Jack, how high should the tree be from the first meter height from the ground? Fertilizer application should start once the flower starts to show. How high?
Hindi
How
po,
high
hindi,
is
well,
yeah from the ground?
I'll answer the first question, no? So, ito po yung dinowing ko kanina, di ba? This is the ground, let the tree grow. Wala pong branches yan hanggang 1 meter, no? Not exactly 1 meter, pwede 1, 1.2, 0.8, but just enough to have enough height. Dahil ang purpose po dyan, ganito eh. Bakit po ganon? Kasi ganito, yung picture kanina, di ba? We want person to be able to stand up in the middle and,
For harvesting.
easily go around, just
Access.
fertilization, access hindi po, pag kayo po may-ari ng farm at you let somebody work on your farm, hindi niyo po mamonitor yung farm niyo because I do believe, no, as a farmer, the best fertilizer is still the footsteps of your rubber shoes inside your farm. So, ganun po, 1 meter, tapos you allow branching to happen. Yun po. Okay? So, sa akin ma'am, sir, 5 to 6 major branches ang iiwan natin bago ako mag-top pruning. Pinuputol ko. Normally, at the height of 2.5 to 3 meters. So that yung inertia of growth niya from the top will translate down to the trunk and make these branches and trunks faster in growth. No? Second is yung question ng fertilization. Hindi po ganun, ma'am. In the first place, we don't plant without putting fertilizer and OM, no? Yung initial dose ng tanim. And then ang sa farm practices po natin, ang ginagawa ko po, I fertilize our cacao trees 6 times a year, every 2 months until such time na pinufruiting ko na. I'll give you why the reason why I do that. It may cost you a little bit more on labor, but it will also save some money because of the waste in putting in fertilizer na hindi kayang kainin ng tanim, no? Iba po 'yon. We try to maintain the inertia of growth. Parang bata po. Pag bata, 'di ba? Inaalagaan po natin ng maigi. Vitamins, painom ng gatas hanggang 1-year-old. Paglampas ng 1-year-old, healthy na si baby, then we could let go ko pakonti. But sa atin, sa tanim din, ganun din. The inertia of growth of the tree, when it's on its peak, wag po nating putulin. And that can only be sustained if you fertilize closely, small amounts but closely. Okay po, maraming salamat.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, sir. Another question for our first speaker. Is coconut husk be new or almost rotting advisable for mulching cacao trees? Yung coconut husk.
Yeah.
Bago pa or almost rotting?
Yes, we have experienced this in Sariaya, Quezon. The landowner is they have a lot of coconut husk. So one that is still acceptable, but make sure also there are times, there are seasons where you have these grubs who are using these as their nests. Yeah, so the important part is I agreed. Whatever you applied, the rubber boots that you leave behind the plantation is the most effective way to take care of the farm. So ganun din. It can be used. I noticed also in one of the comments on the mulching whether it will harm the plants. So yun ang experience namin. There are grubs that starts to nest under this. I think they are rotten or very wet coconut husks. But going forward for bigger plantation or corporate level, they are also using this what you call carpet na ang coconut. They were made into sheets of carpet. So there are even trials sa palm oil, they're using the same thing. So ang palm oil naman, they're using the waste from the bunches to make sheets of mulch. So pwede naman yan. So all depends. Even you use not the processed one or the normal one, make sure you visit also your farm at least once a month, because there are times that other pests will nest on this mulch. So it's anyway very wet, very comfortable for other pests also to come. That is the purpose of the mulch, to maintain the moisture and the organic organism that grows within that planting area, para mas maganda yung tubo ng mga ugat sa mga plants natin. Ganun ba?
So retaining moisture also, no? Okay, so another question here is from the Office of the City Agriculturist. Good afternoon, sirs. What are the certified varieties of cacao, no? And follow-up questions, what varieties of cacao that are resistant for pests and diseases? Cacao varieties that are also resistant to pests and diseases.
Yeah, from my side, maybe Jack can also comment. I always go for accredited. So the accredited variety, because it takes years to come up with accredited variety. Even now, on some of the discussion with the BPI and SIC, I just joined them in the council. It has always been a scientific, science-based approach in our activities. So mga ganun. But although we also have to accept in some region or in some province, there are local varieties planted by our more seasoned or experienced farmers that somehow prove it's worth also to plant because of pest resistance and high yield. So, but basically for me, I go for accredited, which is, I think we have 13 in the list. Some of them I just know is BR25, UF18, mga very common. And also, yes, MO1, mga ganun. But I think the details is about 13. And then there are some also we accept from Mindanao that proven from the existing farmers that is also pest resistant at their location. So mga ganun nga bagay, I think have to take into consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you add something, Sir Jack?
Yes,
on
I would
the
agree
varieties?
with. I would totally agree with Chris. No, that is the reason why we have BPI to accredit insect varieties or new clones for experimentation. That was hindi yung pwede yung tanim ng because sikat sa ibang country, introduced by a friend, gusto manguna, and you might bring more harm than good, no? Paswerte-swerte yun. I'll be honest with you, in rubber I do a lot of crazy things, no? But this time around, calculated risk, like I plant only 10 and 10. In cacao, I will be honest, I have more than, I think, 15 varieties. Pero lima-lima lang. No? You can't afford to palagay natin na ipusta mo yung all-in ka sa isang bagay, no? Isang bagay na hindi pwede. But for the pests and diseases, nandyan po talaga yan, no? Kung yung sabi nilang BSD-free, ganito, there are already advanced research in other countries that we need to get some hold of those varieties that are resistant to specific pests and disease. I hope in the near future there'll be varieties that na hindi natatamaan ng pod borer at saka mirid bugs, no? Yung dalawa. At saka kung pwede walang phytophthora na attacks. But sa ngayon, ang hindi po natatamaan ay isang plastic lang po na kakaupad. Shall we say?
Plastic lang.
Thank you.
Okay, another question. We have a ton of question here, no, in our chat box. And this is for Mr. Jack, no. Pruning is really a factor of production. With this, I would like to ask on the right timing to prune. Is it not right to prune the cacao trees on the flushing stage? Sir Jack.
Ganito po, no? Pruning is an art, no? It's an art. First of all, there should been a lot of study on from our group, no? And one very significant, very significant. I don't know if many. I don't believe that many knows this, but from yung paglabas ng sprout hanggang mag uh, maggulang sa Tagalog ano unsa man mag-mature yung leaf, no? Yung leaves that will take you 42 to 45 days. Okay? So we measure along that way, no? Hindi mo maiwasan talaga na meron talagang palabas. But since we do this in a cycle, so having said that, 1/4 is 2 whorls of leaves na lumabas at naging season na matured trees. And that's the time we cut. No? Tama yun ang question because when you cut a tree that is being, sabihin na lang natin, majority, no, ay yung bagong labas na mga leaves, that's not good. No? You're going to super stress those trees. And one thing that me and Chris has been discussing, no, hindi nakalimutan natin, Boss Chris, we don't promote the champagne type of formative yung forma ng kahoy, no? Nasa screen to ba ako?
Pwedeng maka-share ka. You can still share your screen.
Pero am I still sharing my screen no more? Nasaan ba yung
wala
Anyway, what's happening is yung po kasing butas sa gitna. Yes, the purpose of that butas is to bring sunlight in. It does more harm than good in terms of production. The reason I believe, no, personally believe na na-invento po 'yun at dahil po yung volume of leaves sa baba masyado mababa yung branches na wala ng tamang humidity at tamang hangin na kapasok. So the entry of all these things coming from up. But sad to say, when it comes to productivity, just imagine the scorch of the sun. Natatamaan po ng init yung mga bulaklak na nasa gitna. At yun po yung nalalanta. So yung bunga are more now on the sides of the tree. Branches around the tree. Kahit nasa ano lang, very common sense lang po yun. Pag nag-harvest ka, nag-maintain ka, ang laki po ng tinatrabaho ng farmer, paikot-ikot sa puno na pwede naman sa gitna lang. So, isa din sa sunlight, no? Me and Chris also would agree na we would like sunlight to penetrate. Isa pong very simple sa farmer. Pag natingnan niyo yung ilalim ng puno at walang araw na nakakalusot, masama po yun. Ibig sabihin, very high density yung volume ng leaves nyo. Tanggalan nyo ng konti na dapat may nakapasok na kahit na mga 15 to 20, no? At most 25% of the sunlight must able to penetrate the soil under. No? Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Jack. Another question for Sir Chris. Can humus or compost be used as mulching medium, and at what stage of the growth of the plant to prevent moisture loss during dry season? Humus or compost be used as mulching medium?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of humus, different brand in the commercial stage. Basically, they should help, but I personally never used humus before. Either it's in the planting hole or as a mulching. Although in my present site now, we do a lot of R&D, including prepare our own humus, prepare our own tricho. So what I know and I believe it does help, it will help. But then again, like we are discussing, we are trying to help the farmers at the general level how to be productive. But then of course the inputs have to be taken into consideration, because if additional inputs like humus or foliar or whatever definitely will help, but go with care, because it may not serve your purpose in the end if you have a good production but high cost also. So yun nga, these are inputs that we can use, and I definitely advise to use if you can afford, and then work out your effectiveness, because huwag nang pagbenta natin mas talo tayo dyan sa presyo. It will help definitely.
Okay, thank you for that. Another question for Sir Jack. In the formative pruning, what kind of fertilizer should be introduced to the young cacao tree? Rich in what element or kind of mineral to sustain a balanced growth? And another question for Sir Jack too. What is the natural way to control ants? Oh, yung fertilizer first, yes.
Fertilizer issues. First of all, you cannot apply fertilizer without having your area, no? Kahit basic na lang na soil testing, no? We always base that scientifically. Especially ngayon na mahal yung fertilizer. So the formative stage calls for more on the nitrogen, no? Saka phosphorus, no? Shall we say, I would put on a weight like 70%, at least 70% of which is the nitrogen, no? But phosphorus too, but not so much on potash, but it still needs potash. So we do apply also micronutrients, no, to have a very balanced fertilization system. But on, let me just add, no, dito na tayo sa productive. In productive stage, it's going to be very helpful, especially with the prices of fertilizers now. You cannot afford to throw away your empty cacao pods. Gawin niyo po yung organic fertilizer, no. On study, nasa libro naman 40% of the potash that you apply can still be recovered, but if you use your empty cacao pods, be converted into an organic fertilizer. Second, yung question on the ants, no. Hindi po rocket science yon. Any insecticide will do, no. Ang maganda lang po kasi doon sa ginagawa po natin, magandang humidity sa ilalim at very open, no. Easy monitoring, easy access to spray, and with that kind of weather, no, yung humidity sa ibaba, wala masyado tayong incident of ants. Thank you.
I think I have to share also the comment of MS3 Chocolate. No? Ants is also natural protector of your cacao. No? Mas magadan ng maraming ants ang cacao para maraming mag-survive na bunga. It's a comment also from MS3 Chocolate. So another question here, we have a question for if much better i-wrap ang cacao fruit sa plastic to avoid penetration of insects, or mag-ask na lang po kami if may other solutions kayo to avoid insect penetration, kasi magandang texture ng cacao fruit naming pero meron uod sa loob. Thank you. So, we'll answer that question. I-wrap ba yung
Can I comment?
natin? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Chris.
Yeah, so I think basically for now on a commercial operation, the plastic is still the most cost effective, although it's also not compatible on some sustainable criteria or certification, because unfortunately most of those who use these plastics on the plastic sleeving doesn't have waste management. So yun nga, the effect will be also for now, there's not much alternative. If you don't have plastic, then you have to use insecticides. But then again, monitoring system or how it is being applied will be some quarters will have questions. So to me, I will suggest the farmer themselves have to look into the existing support system they have, for example, at municipal level or provincial level or among their cooperatives or association. Mas maganda if they can get together and find a better alternative compared to the traditional one. And then yung mga instances nga maski sleeving natin, we still have some borer inside. So yung nga, check back yung variety nga pinatanim natin. Also, although we don't have much choice, those already planted 20 years ago or 10 years ago are not using the accredited varieties who are better resistant to pest and disease o mga pod borer. So that will be downside of the cacao growers. So either they rehab with a better resistant, hindi naman totally resistant but better resistant, kasi yung mga traditional forastero o trinitarios natin definitely more susceptible to pod borer than the new variety. Yung nga ang isa sa mga reason, I will always suggest use an accredited varieties, because at certain levels, at least it will not it will give some profit instead of higher losses. Ganun lang po.
We have some comments and probably one last question for our speakers. Comments first. Just want to share po, here in Nueva Vizcaya, my neighbor has one cacao tree. Siguro nasa 40 years na po yung cacao niya. Noong unang panahon, di naman nila pinupruning yung cacao. So lumaki po ito at maraming sanga. Pag namunga po, nagpakarami at minsan pinitas at binili yung wheat beans. Yung isang puno lang ay meron siyang 23 kilos ng wet beans. Kaya I believe na ang isang puno ng cacao ay makaproduce ng more than 2 kilos a year na dried beans po. So another comment here is, yes, effective ang plastic at cellophane wrapping to the pods. I agree with you, sir. And thanks po, Mr. Sandique, for the advice, nitrogen 60 to 70% and phosphorus and potassium for 30 to 40%. We have another question here. Is it advisable to prune during rainy days? Sir Jack? Can you admit yes?
Yes, I don't see any problem in pruning on rainy days, provided that, no, of course, no, when it's raining, you cannot just go pruning. The normal practice that we do is, even though it's rainy days, we prune the trees. No, ginagawa namin, that's an early morning activity. By noon time, at around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, it's already dry. No? What ang pinaka-importante po doon, when you prune your sanga, halimbawa, sanga, you prune it, dapat po first is naka-angle siya, no? If possible, nakaharap pa sa sunrise. No? Hindi po pwede naka-ganon, naka-flat, because ang mangyayari po doon, magiging entry, no? Anytime that you prune your tree, you're actually in danger of some especially fungus that will attack your tree, no? That is another reason why rule of thumb po sa farm namin, when we cut a branch, we normally cut it. No? Meron po kaming clearance ng mga at least 10 centimeters from the main trunk. So just in case po pumasok yung sakit, hindi po diretso sa trunk, no? Kasi pag it's too close to your trunk, there you go. Pagpasok niya sa puno na siya mismo, then you have a very hard time to cure it. Another thing, if it's on rainy days and you sigurista ka, you can always brush it with a fungicide, no? So ganun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, sir. There's another question from MS3 Chocolate. What is the natural process of insecticide that is suitable for cacao in order to have cost-effective budget on farming? So meron ba tayong mga natural insecticide and fungicides na ginagamit natin sa ating mga cacao? Sir Chris or Sir?
Yeah. Okay. Just short comments. I think our agricultural chemicals industry have all the basics, insecticides, fungicides, or even foliar available for our industry. Nandyan na. But mga basics is like fertilizer. So basic fertilizer, I think we also have in the roadmap before, even in DA. But if you want to have foliar to assist better growth, then it will be a decision from each farmer. So each farmer have to decide on their own. I think we have this reference even from the previous DA or the roadmap, but those are mga basics. So whether to say it's a recommendation, kung galing sa akin, yeah, based on our background na commercial plantation, definitely we will use all the possible access to agrochemicals to use. So, importante lang dyan mga basics. The planting hole, nandyan ang compost, nandyan ang basal fertilizer, and then every 3 months, there are basic fertilizer based on the age. Maybe you start at 40, 40 every 3 months, and then when it is already mature, you have 4 rounds every year, every 3 months also. So mga ganun. I think these are basic recommendations that we can find even in the municipal agriculture office, MAU, which we have here in Quezon. Previously, we always have the AEWs to assist with cacao growers. So I don't think there will be much different from one municipality or one province. But if you want to be more commercial or more focused in the industry, probably you have to put in some investments. These investments also will be like foliar or some mulching sheets like that. So my advice is very simple. A lot of these insecticides or other chemicals available dyan sa suppliers natin sa commercial level, but it all comes to each farmer to decide.
Thank you.
Ako,
Yes, sir. Jack, yes.
I fully agree with Sir Chris. No, I am more on using commercial insecticide and fungicide. No, although also I use foliar. At times I do experiments on humus, which is a very good results. But when it comes to natural, no, ibig sabihin na yung mga alternative using herbs, yung ito, I don't have anything against it. Ang sa akin lang is I don't want to gamble, no. Why reinvent the wheel, no? Just that's too masyadong mataas yung risk. At the end of the day, it's all about production. Production against expenses. And for now, I haven't seen a system per se na using natural way of growing cacao without intervention of kahit na mistiso. I would like to look into it more deeply kung meron makapag-share producing higher yield, no, or better yields, low cost, or why not, no. I will always be welcome to adapt. I have a very mind on, in making a copy and make some innovation for as long as the margin, especially to smallholders, will be more than enough for them to be out of poverty. Thank you, Sir Blair.
Thank you very much. Time check is already 3:30. We'll be entertaining the last question, but before that, we would like to request our secretariat, if possible, we could post in our chat box the information, contact information of both our speakers for future consultation, no? Because we have some requests here on the chat box if we could get contact information of both our speakers. Okay, so we have the last question for the day. In Cebu, this is a question coming from Auckland, New Zealand. In Cebu, mango growers use newspaper, no, to wrap mango fruit when egg size stage until harvest time. So would it be possible also to use newspapers instead of plastic wraps for our cacao? Have you tried or experimented using newspaper as a wrap, just like the mango in Cebu, instead of plastic? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Sir Jack or Sir Chris.
Yeah. Then again, I think probably it all comes down to your farm plan. Is that included? You're going to use plastic, or probably in this case, I would assume it's a recycle from other materials. So my advice is make sure that there is a good waste management kasi baka magkalat dyan sa area, then it will create another problems. But as much as I know, it has the same effect, although probably they have a lot of stocks of this plastic they can use, and then when they're harvesting, they should have a proper waste management on that. I didn't see any problems with that as long as they have the availability, but I will not encourage to buy for the sake of doing that. Yun lang po.
Well,
Yes,
may
sir.
I add
Yeah.
on, Sir Chris? No, I am personally not fond of making balot. No, if you notice my presentation, there's no hindi ako nagbabalot. No, so I use chemical to control pad borers, to control anything there. Though it is costly, but for as long as you produce that much, no, it's still going to be as a whole ba, kumikita ka pa rin. And easier to control, less trabaho, walang plastic sa kung ano. So it's a traditional way of doing things. I don't want to go against the majority, but hopefully there should be a more study around that, because at the end of the day, it's about production. Hindi maiwasan na yung area ay may ulan at padrats, padrats is the main culprit. You cannot spray the pads because there's plastic around it. And the one major I also read in the chat box, no, that ants is useful. I don't think so. It will do more harm, especially when the area is being infested with padrat. That will bring the fungus around that leads to more pads to be infected. No? And another, that's all. But I saw the comment of our DTI gentleman, no, from Aurora. On your question regarding how to go on with the cacao, I would strongly suggest that PCIA, PCIC, or the DA itself, no, will have more to put more time on these typhoon belted areas, not to promote more, but to make a deeper study. No, the harm has been done. Proven na po yun na naging mahirap ang buhay ng mga magsasaka engaged in cacao in these areas because they invested so much time with a very promising number that will bring their lives better. And I would strongly suggest that we knock on the doors of DA bar, high value crops, or perhaps DOSTP card to Doc Tina, and to somehow we could collaborate, no, experts around, no, to make a demo a farm for that matter. It must be done. Kailangan po natin, hindi pwedeng isugal po natin magsasaka without doing our part to make the research on that matter. No? We have to find a way to mitigate that, proven before we start dreaming again and have those farmers to plant more cacao. So again, happy chocolate day to everyone.
Yeah. Again, I would like to thank both our speakers. It's already 3:35, and we also would like to welcome Engineer Edwin Banquero, who is with us today, our former National Cacao Industry Cluster head of the Department of Trade and Industry. He comments here that Jack don't use plastic. Early harvest is a trick. So combining with also with chemicals. Welcome, sir, and thank you for joining us. And also in the chat box, please check the contact details of both our speakers, Mr. Jack and Sir Chris. No, we have their email addresses, and you could get in touch with them for further consultation and discussion on your cacao issues and concerns. So at this point, my dear friends, we would like to request our secretariat, because we'll be providing our certificate of appreciation to both our speaker, Mr. Jack Sandique, and Mr. Chris Los Santos, for joining us this afternoon on our Usapang Cacao at Chocolate, in time also for our World Chocolate Day celebration. So I would like to take this opportunity in behalf of PCIC and PCIA to read the certificates of appreciation to Mr. Raimondo R. de los Santos, cacao industry expert, in grateful appreciation for sharing his time and expertise as resource person on the topic shade management during the 5th episode Usapang Cacao Chocolate Season 2 webinar series held on July 7, 2022 via Zoom and Facebook Live. Given the 7th day of July 2022, signed Consul Army Lopez Garcia, President, Philippine Cacao Industry Association Incorporated. So once again, thank you very much, Sir Chris, for your expertise and you for time this afternoon. Also, another certificate of appreciation is given to Mr. Jack Sandique, Alfonso Jack F. Sandique, cacao industry expert, also for in grateful appreciation for his time and expertise as resource person the topic pruning practices during the fifth episode of the Osapang Cacao at Chocolate Season 2 webinar series held on July 7, 2022 via Zoom and Facebook Live. Given the 7th day of July 2022, signed Consul Army Lopez Garcia, President, Philippine Cacao Industry Development Association Incorporated. So once again, to both of you, thank you very much, my dear friends, for sharing your time with us. Could you give a few moments to Consul Army Lopez Garcia for his thank yous to both our speaker before proceeding to the next part of our activity today? Is Consul Army still around? So I think Consul Army has a connection problem, no? So we'll now just be proceeding to the next part after the presentation of our certificates. As what I have mentioned earlier, apart from having our Usapang Cacao at Chocolate today, we are also celebrating World Chocolate Day. And Philippines is one of the many countries who have been celebrating World Chocolate Day today. Our National Secretariat, my dear friends, based in Davao, has prepared another set of audio-visual presentation for everyone. So please join us as we go through our regions in appreciating our cacao products in the regions and in the provinces. We also would like to share with you today some video messages of our cacao stakeholders throughout the country as we celebrate the World Chocolate Day. So once again, sit back, enjoy our presentation for everyone as we celebrate World Chocolate Day 2022.
Luzon Island. Visayas Island. Mindanao Island.
Chocolate Day!
Happy World Chocolate Day!
Choco, choco, clap, clap. Choco, choco, clap, clap. Everybody say chocolate. Here we go. Choco, choco, clap, clap. Choco, choco, clap, clap. Everybody say chocolate. Chocolate. Choco, choco. Chocolate. Choco, choco. Chocolate. Choco, choco. Chocolate. Here we go. Mama, she said roll it, Papa, he said holy moly. Everybody wants.
Our partners in the cacao industry a prosperous World Chocolate celebration this 2022. As we move on to face the challenges of this pandemic, we in Davao region and join the whole country in carrying out our mission to develop and pursue becoming a global Philippine cacao brand. There have been challenges in the past that we learn our lessons from, and we choose to look forward to contribute to our GDP and help alleviate poverty. It is then high time that we all come together, celebrate with the end in mind of achieving the highest quality standards to improve our standing from an emerging source or supplier to becoming a known cacao origin or brand of the highest quality. Again, from Davao region, we wish the whole country the best of times ahead.
The Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development of the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST-PCAR, commends the Philippine Cacao Industry Council and the Philippine Cacao Industry Association Incorporated for successfully bringing us all together to celebrate the World Chocolate Day. From DOST-PCAR, Happy World Chocolate Day!
Happy World Chocolate Day!
Happy World Chocolate Day 2022. Let us support the growing Cordillera cacao farmers and the Cordillera chocolate producers. I tell you, they are the best.
It's World Chocolate Day. Let us celebrate the World Chocolate Day by giving recognition to the sweet array of locally produced chocolates in the market. We also give recognition to our hardworking cacao farmers and local chocolate makers for their dedication in producing the best of local chocolates. Let us show our love to local, support local, buy local. Happy World Chocolate Day!
Good day, everyone. I am Agustin Mercado Jr. As the chair of Region 10 Northern Mindanao Cacao Industry Development Council, consisting the provinces of Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental, Lanao del Norte, Camiguin, and Misamis Occidental, I would like to greet everyone with Happy World Chocolate Day 2022. May this Chocolate Day give everybody a lot of love, excitement, synergies, adrenalines, and happiness as we work together to develop the cacao industry in Region 10 as we endeavor to be another chocolate capital in the Philippines. Again, Happy World Chocolate Day 2022.
To the Philippine cacao community, we wish that you have unlimited supply of cacao and more production of chocolates.
As we commemorate World Chocolate Day, my wish to the Philippine cacao community, abundance and prosperity through the years to come. Rest assured that we in DTI will do everything we can to help the industry.
Happy World Chocolate Day from DTI Region 3 Management Committee.
Together, let's celebrate our love for the sweetness that chocolates bring us.
Happy
Happy World Chocolate Day from Kakina Food Products Manufacturing.
Happy World Chocolate Day!
Happy World Chocolate Day!
Happy World Chocolate Day 2022 from Atbang Farm staff and farmers.
Happy World Chocolate Day!
A piece of chocolate a day keeps the bad mood away. From DTI Region 2, Cagayan Valley. Happy World Chocolate Day!
Happy World Chocolate Day from DTI Region 3, Nueva Ecija.
In behalf of DAR and all chocolate communities in this part of Mindanao, we, the Biao Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Cooperative or BARCO, as first recipient of DAR intervention in the processing of tablia, would like to say
Happy World Chocolate Day! 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 Happy World Chocolate Day!
Happy World Chocolate Day!
Ikang sa Northern Samar Cacao Industrial Development Council. Happy World Chocolate Day!
Happy World Chocolate Day from DTI Region 3, Aurora. Happy World Chocolate Day from the chocolate capital of the Philippines. Happy World Chocolate Day! Happy World Chocolate Day!
Happy World Chocolate Day!
So there you have it, my dear friends. Do we still have more videos to present? Okay, I think we're done. Thank you very much, my dear friends in the cow industry clusters, entire country. We have already appreciated more the breeds of the products our different stakeholders have been making from Patanis to Hulo, my dear friends. And we have already also appreciated the messages from the different stakeholders in the entire archipelago. So at this point, my dear friends, we will now be having our activity to a close, the celebration of the World Chocolate Day and our Usapang Cacao at Chocolate. And to do the closing remarks, my dear friends, we are very happy and proud also to have with us the Assistant Regional Director of DTI Region 11. It's all welcome for the closing remarks, ARD Delia Ayano. A round of applause for ARD Delia. Can you unmute, ma'am? How are we going to do this? Can you unmute, please, ARD Delia? You're muted. Rachel, can we unmute ARD Delia?
Hello? Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Blair. And as the first statement, it's a wow. It was indeed a very fruitful activity as one of the highlights in the celebration of World Chocolate Day. Congratulations to all of us for this celebration. Another very important celebration is the birthday of no less than the chairperson of the PCIC and president of the PCIA Incorporated, the gorgeous and very cacao passionate Consul Army Lopez Garcia. Our activity today, dubbed as Usapang Cacao at Season 2, Episode 5, started with messages from both the Department of Trade and Industry, no less than the Undersecretary Bless Lantayona, where she congratulated all the stakeholders of the cacao industry. She stressed that this UKT is a venue of sharing knowledge and experiences to achieve greater productivity, both in production and in product development and marketing, to have a competitive and sustainable Philippine cacao industry. And the Department of Agriculture, Director Gerald Glenn Panganiban, the Director of National Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture Program, and at the same time, the Director of the High Value Crops Development Program, where he shared his excitement that DA is to be directly handled by no less than His Excellency President BBM. And he mentioned their support to the implementation of cacao industry roadmap. Thank you so much for all those. We give them a big round of applause. We were welcomed by Consul Army, who is also very excited as she also congratulated all of us. Came next was the midst of the discussions, as there were two speakers who were carefully chosen based on their expertise and their passion of sharing. Kumbaga, they are walking their talks. They are Mr. Raimundo R. de los Santos, who talk about shade management, and Mr. Alfonso Jackson Dique, who is not only into rubber, but cacao also, and he talked about pruning. Both have common passion in providing solutions to cacao problems. With that, another virtual round of applause for them. Then that was followed by the Q&A, where no questions escaped without the two experts answering it. Thank you so much. But everything that we learned today can be forgotten without applying it to our respective cacao farms. And this comes the challenges to all the stakeholders, to the farmers, to all of us. This comes as a challenge because what we learned today must be put into practice for us to be able to say that there is really something that we got out of the UKT today. In closing, on behalf of the National Industry Cacao Cluster, let me thank Yusek Bless Lantayona, the DA of the Department of Trade and Industry, the Department of Agriculture, represented by Director Glenn Panganiban, the then Yusek Evelyn Lavinia, who was very active in her undertaking to the cacao industry, to the members and officers of the PCIC, headed by Chairperson Consul Army Lopez Garcia, to the officers and members of the Board of Trustees of PCIA, headed by its President Consul Army, the Vice President Buen Mandihar, Secretary Sylvia Ordonez, Treasurer Chris Fadriga, BOT Charita Prentespina, BOT Christopher Lindo, BOT Philotan Chua. To all the regional and provincial cacao councils who are here today, with special mention to PD, I have seen PD Aldrin here, to all the PDs who are here, to all the regional directors of the DTI who are here today, thank you so much. And I also have seen from DOST, thank you also very much. And of course, to other partners, Attorney Matunog, you are here with us today, thank you. And thank you also to the regional director before, Edwin Banquerego. I know that he is very passionate in the cacao industry. To all the focal persons of DTI in the whole country, thank you very much for the submission of all the audio-visual presentations. Thank you so much for that. To all the producers, the stakeholders, to the cacao enthusiasts, and of course to our host, Grabe, the ever charming and very competent host, Blair. And of course, to the National Secretariat, I'd like to mention the names of Rachel, Marius, and Jay under the management of DCIing. Thank you very much for everyone. And for those whom I do not mention, my heart fills with gratitude in order for me to be able to thank each one of you, and even for those listening, and even for the FB viewers, thank you very much for sustainably trying to attend our UKT. Again, congratulations, and we hope to see you again in the next Usapang Kakao at Chocolate in our Season 2, Episode 6. And of course, congratulations again, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, ARD Delia. But before signing off, my dear friends, we still have another video because we have some technical glitch. We have a video from Region 1. So, Rachel, can you play that video, please?
Happy World Chocolate Day from Adams, Ilocos Norte, Philippines!
Happy World Chocolate Day to all.
Happy World Chocolate Day.
Happy World Chocolate Day.
Happy World Chocolate Day!
Buhay para sa ating mga kakao growers.
Happy World Chocolate Day!
From the beautiful people of La Union, Happy World Chocolate Day.
May kasabihan, chocolate is happiness that one can eat. As we celebrate World Chocolate Day, we take pride in our locally produced cacao and chocolate products. Let us bring joy and add more sweetness to our local cacao farmers and chocolate artisans' lives by supporting our local chocolate industry. Go lokal, tangkilikin ang tsokolating sarili natin.
Again, thank you very much, Region 1, for that. But before we end, my dear friends, we would like to encourage everyone to please fill up our customer feedback form. You could see that in our chat box. And also, we would like to remind our different regions that starting August to October of this year, we will now be starting our respective selection for our best beans, no? That will be competing to our Philippine Cacao Quality Awards in October of 2022. So our cacao farmers, please coordinate with your local DTI and your local Department of Agriculture and your local Department of Science and Technology to have your beans screened and to be selected for the National Philippine Cacao Quality Awards come October of 2021. So the first top six beans will be selected in the selection process, will be representing the country in the 2023 Cocoa of Excellence Awards in Paris. So once again, we would like to encourage everyone, if you have your 9-kilo beans, please prepare that, coordinate with your local DTI and local DA and DOST so that you will be pre-screened and you will be going to the process of the selection and you will be representing your region in the national competition in October of 2022 in the province of Bohol. Once again, we encourage you to join us and prepare your 9-kilogram beans. Thank you very much once again, and happy World Chocolate Day. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone.
Wala pa may gusto mo hawa? nagulat magud ta sa kuan sa dinner o merienda gikan ti Consul Army.
Gawat pa na siya sa mga chocolate kay pang distribute. Amo lang i-email ang mga chocolates.
Nagulat ko.
Happy birthday.
Sir Jack, daghang salamat Sir Jack.
Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the goodness of kakao at tsokolate. Tara na 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 sa usapang magpapapasaya't magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate, just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. La 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 la
Announcement lang po, may I request the PCIA officers and members to stay in our meeting room. We will proceed
Alam
with
mo
the
bang
PCIC,
sintamis
PCIA
ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the goodness of kakao at tsokolate. Tara na 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 na.
Ang update sa sampo.
Na na sa usapang magpapapasaya't magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate, just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we request the PCIC and PCIA Incorporated officers and members to please rename po. Kindly include in your name yung region na nire-represent niyo po. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are gathered today for the usual council meeting, national council meeting among all the regional councils heads. So welcome to all of you. So may we flash the agenda, Ms. Rachel? Bay Nainay.
Housewife and a mother of 8. People here in the Philippines, they call me the chocolate queen. I thought at first I made a bit of chocolate. Okay. I realized it was also because I tried conventions as a Filipino. Why I was passionate. Well, it all started in London when I was around 7 years old, when my parents were separated. My grandparents took me and put me
Okay,
in London.
Silves, can you chair for now?
I grew up drinking hot chocolate every day, going to my school 7 rivers away from home.
Consul, na-disconnect po si Ma'am Sylvia po.
Okay, I now call the meeting to order. At this juncture, let's review the agenda, and may I ask Rachel, our secretariat, to please, head of the secretariat, to please call the membership roll. Thank you.
I want them to discover the different notes, the different characteristics of a Philippine cacao bean. There's a lot. There's like peppery.
Consul, since wala pa pong yung other regions po, hindi pa kasi naka rename, so I'll just
Anyway,
yung roll call na lang ng attendees natin ngayon, Consul. So may I request yung mga representative to please raise your hand or chat your name po para ma-rename kayo. So from region, so let's start. So we have Consul Army. We also have Ma'am Sylvia. So I think si Ma'am Sylvia na disconnect po. So next, we have Mayor Buen Mondejar. Mayor Buen, are you in?
I'm in.
Okay. And we also have Sir Chris Lindo, the Vice Chair for Mindanao. Sir Chris? Okay, so not yet. Wala pa si Sir Chris. How about si from CAR, represented by Ma'am Eva Richel Padua? Ma'am Eva, are you with us, Ma'am Eva? Okay, not yet. How about from Region 2, Region 1, Attorney Robert Tudayan, represented by Ma'am Rose Chua. Ma'am Rose. Nandito na si Ma'am Rose. And then from Region 2, we have Ma'am Juliet Geb. Ma'am Juliet, are you in? Or a representative from Region 2? So wala pa po from Region 2. So sa Region 4A, how about Sir Florencio Flores? So Sir Florence or any representative from Region 4A? Okay. So let me acknowledge Sir Chris Lindo. So nandito na si Sir Chris. Okay, so sa Region 4B, we have Sir Bernardo Sampayan. I think hindi rin maka-join ngayon si Sir Sampayan, ma'am. From Region 5, si Sir Eduardo Pelapil. Si Sir Ed, hindi rin siya maka-join today, ma'am. Then Region 8, si Mr. Isidro Estrera. So any representative from Region 8 po? Okay, no representative.
Hello, I'm Susette po from DTI.
Okay. Sige po. So you're representing the council, Ma'am Susette?
Yes, yes po. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Susette. Okay, how about Region 9, Sir Louis Nova? Do we have a representative from Region 9? Okay. None. So, next is si Region 10, si Sir Agustin Mercado. Nakita ko na si Sir Agustin kanina. Sir Agustin, good afternoon. Then from Region 11, si Sir Dante Moico. Hindi po makaka-join today si Sir Dante since merong trade expo rin po sa Abriza or sa mall po for the World Chocolate Day celebration. How about from Region 12, Engineer Ernesto Pantua or any representative from Region 12? Wala rin po. So for, yes, ma'am.
As if they're not, the presidents are not there, maybe we can ask also if the secretariat present. Yeah, the secretariat of that particular region. Thank you.
Sige po. Maybe no po if may mga regional secretariat from CAR, Region 1, Region 2, Region 4A, 4B. I mean, Region 1 represented by Ma'am Chuan na. So CAR, Region 2, 4A, 4B, Region 5, Region 9, and 12 po. So for Region 11, ma'am, I can act po as the Secretariat for Region 11 po. Wala rin dito yung mga Secretariat. Region 2, Sir Christopher Celosa. Are you the Secretariat of Region 2 Cacao Council, sir?
Hello po.
Yes,
Ano
sir.
po? I'm just an observer po.
Sige po. So, your chairperson po will be joining us this meeting po or any representative from Region 2? Okay, so wala, ma'am. Nandito pala si Ma'am Juliet Geb. Ma'am Juliet, good afternoon. Region 2. Okay. And then let me acknowledge rin po yung mga partner agencies natin. So we have from DAHBCDP, Ms. Rabi Mendez. We also have from DAR, Ma'am Liam Pandapatan. And from DNR, we have from Region 13, Ma'am ENGP of DNR.
National name. Not.
And then wala po tayong representative ngayon, ma'am, from the academe, but we have a council advisor, Sir Edwin Bangkirigo. Sir Edwin, good afternoon. So, yes po. I think, ma'am,
good afternoon.
Good
afternoon, Consol.
Good afternoon, Edwin.
Sige po. So yun po, ma'am, yung mga other council chairs kasi, ma'am, meron silang ongoing activities. Yes,
yeah.
Yes po.
Okay, so anyway, we know that everyone is busy in their respective regions, doing their own chocolate day celebration as well. So we understand that, but somehow we have to meet because we have important discussions and reminders that we have to announce and resolutions to present. No, so let's. Can you, Shell? Thank you very much for the acknowledgement. Can you present the agenda now, please? Can you flash?
Ito na po, Consul. So we have 3 agenda items, Consul, for this meeting yung proposed. Hindi niyo makita, Consul.
Yeah, I am still waiting because I think siguro mahina ang signal. I don't know.
Oo. But Consul, for your information, Consul, we have 3 agenda items. Yung proposed domestic and international market study for cacao, Then second is yung National Cacao Congress or yung island per island na cacao industry conferences, which will be reported by Madam Sylvia Ordones, and then yung progress ng PCQA, which will be presented by Mayor Buen or discussed by Mayor Buen Mondimar. So we have 3 agenda items.
So, okay, so let me proceed na lang. Maybe since I'm really having a hard time getting a signal, I can just hear you. I cannot see the screen. So please give me the liberty of proceeding with the meeting with the matters that we need to discuss. No, first of all, may I ask Mayor Buen to present? I don't know in whatever order. Present the updates of the PCQA. Mayor Buen, you have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, ngayong hapon, and first of all, congratulations sa 50th episode ng Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Congratulations, ganda. Well done.
Thank you.
And then my special greetings to the Honorable Chair on her birthday. Happy birthday, Madam Consul.
Thank you.
Yung mga lechon natin dyan, medyo prepare na lang. Anyway, just a small updates on the Philippine Cacao Quality Award. Based on our schedule, we are on track. We are on schedule. The guidelines and the invitations were already downloaded to all the regional cacao councils and of course to all our stakeholders. And I think on the part, all the regions are already preparing for their respective selection process, the regional level. For the month of July, if you will take a look at the schedule of activities, we are going to distribute the jute sacks. And yesterday during our meeting, it was we're informed by the Department of Trade and Industry that they have already the supplier. Unfortunately, the supplier can deliver the jute sacks in 3 weeks' time. So we will be expecting on the last week of July that the jute sacks will be distributed to all the regions. And of course, we have already identified and selected our jurors, our judges. So kompleto na, there are 7. One ang Mindanao turned upon made informed us that is backing out. So immediately I think Chris Lindo have already identified the replacement. So far on the Board of Judges, we have complete 2 from Mindanao, 2 from Luzon, 2 from Visayas. And of course, the chair is PDB now of DOST Bohol. And so far, that's the updates on PCQA. We are on schedule, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mary Brand, for your updates. May I hear, the floor is now open if they have questions, further questions about the PCQA. Just raise your hand, please, so that you can be acknowledged. Welcome, Sylvia. I'm glad that you're back. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
So there are no questions. I think everything. Yes.
Consul.
Yes. Edwin.
I would love na as we go for the award, we everyone if we can have a briefing on the scoring process.
Yeah.
Let's try to avoid to have a contest that the result will all be narratives.
Yeah.
It should be a point system. So if you are first, then it should be by points. So I really do not know if it's appropriate for us that one of these days, Mayor Bren together with whoever is the chair, I think it's Bina, can present a scoring process if that is appropriate. Para at least everyone is aware on, because you know, if you participate, you have to play to win, no? So you really have to prepare. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Edwin. That's well noted, and that's a very good suggestion. Mayor Ben, yeah, I think we can take that into account. Mayor Ben, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you for the suggestion. We'll take note of that, and we will. I will discuss with the juror, the jury, on your suggestion. I think that's quite reasonable. Thank you very much, amigo Edwin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor Ben, and thank you very much, Edwin, for that. Any more suggestions to the TWG chair for the PCQA?
Another one, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I could still recall Rachel mentioned to me that one of the concern of I think it was Region 5. If the natural, if a jury or a judge had been identified as a member of the National Selection Committee, could he or she be still appointed at the Regional Selection Committee? And I think we are clear on that. We have decided on that the regional judge or member of a jury at the Regional Selection Committee can be also appointed at the National Selection Committee. So I would just want to clear that.
Okay, is that very clear? Any more questions? Yeah, because actually, because expertise is medyo lisod pa karon, so in fact we are really having a difficult time getting jurors from Luzon, even from Visayas, no? So anyway, I think that's well noted. I think that's thank you, Mayor Ben. So if there are no more questions sa PCQA, sa TWG chair, I wonder if we can proceed to the next matter of the agenda. So everything clear as far as PCQA is concerned?
Madam
Clear?
Chair,
Yes, Chris?
for info lang po, ma'am. For information lang po. Sa amin, we'll comply with the...
I cannot hear you very well, Chris. I don't know if it's my audio or whatever.
Yeah, clear. Sige.
Okay, go ahead.
Pero ma'am, for info lang to, they might also follow yung other region. We'll comply with the PCQA requirements. But in our regional level, meron din kami mga small farmers na bin grading kasi mga less 1,000 trees. We also encourage small farmers, growers na in our regional level lang po.
So, nakuha mo yan, Mayor Ben, kasi mahirap. I couldn't hear very well.
Ang concern ni Chris, kasi on our guidelines, dapat yung participating farmer must have at least 1,000 fruit-bearing trees that is in the guidelines. Yeah. So yung concern ni Chris, at the regional level, mayroon they are also encouraging small farmers to participate. Ang problema ko lang dyan, kung manalo, baka, at saka sa guidelines, dapat mayroong validation tayo. Diba? Sa guidelines na may validation, the barangay chair o the municipal agricultural officer, ang MAU, at the same time, yung regional chair ng Cacao Council will have to issue a certification as to that the participating farmer is compliant to our guidelines. Kasi mayroon tayong guidelines and we approve that guidelines. Hindi marinig si Army.
Yeah, okay. We have prepared the guidelines, no? Because from experience, the Chris Fadriga, when he won, when somebody wins, mahirapan kung ano, there are people out there na babalik at saka we cannot supply because the farms come from small farms. So I think that was already agreed, Chris. Na guidelines for now is at least 1,000 trees. Maybe I don't know, maybe we can consider that in the future, but as of now, para hindi tayo magbalik-balik, let us now just meet that guideline muna because that was really agreed among ourselves. And that went into a lengthy discussion. All right?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Chris?
walang problema yun. Actually, sa aming level lang yun. Just to encourage farmers, small farmers. Amin na po yun sa region.
Sige, okay, so...
Consol.
Yes. Yes.
I do recognize the statement of Chris that is allowed at the regional level. But once you win at the regional level, you cannot be, kumbaga, forwarded sa national. Para at least ma-encourage lang siya to plant more, pero only at the regional level. That's what I want. But the one moving to the national should really meet the criteria of 1,000 trees. That's gone.
Okay. That's good. That's a very good suggestion, no? Para we can inspire the farmers. So, in other words, a regional contest, they can come in. But kung yung mag-qualify lang talaga for the national judging will be those that have at least 1,000 trees. Diba? That's good para to encourage farmers to really that they will be also diba? What do you think, Mayor?
Yeah. No problem with me. In fact, yung sabi ko kanina, yung reservation ko lang dyan, once mananalo sa region, hindi rin siya makasali lang sa national.
Pero diba? At least he will be inspired. Our farmers are inspired, right? That's a very good suggestion. Sige, Edwin, we can consider that.
And so in addition to that, ma'am, siguro we'll just came up with an advisory. At the regional level, yung ating regional selection committee will have to give feedback. Like for example, say in Region 6, there will be 10 participating farmers. Diba yung top 4 lang yung makasali sa national. Yung other 6, we will give instruction to our regional selection committee to give feedback. Ano ba ang kulang? Bakit hindi ka nanalo?
Yes.
Okay, for example, kasi like for example, yung sinubmit yung beans kulang sa fermentation o di kaya medyo bulok na. Mga ganun ba? Just a feedback mechanism so that yung si farmer next time alam niya kung saan yung weakness niya, saan siya mahina. Next time, he can make amend or corrections. So that at least parang feedback mechanism lang to as to other participating farmers so that they will know kung saan area sila mahina.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ben. Mayor Ben, thank you very much. So maybe you can come up with advisory. That's a very good input na at least we can inspire farmers. So regional level, medyo naka-qualify siya, no? But somehow only the 1,000 farmer that has 1,000 trees can proceed to the national, no? Okay, so any more matters or any more suggestions? If there being none, maybe we should proceed to the next item in the agenda, which is the study. None? Okay, so there being none, I would like to proceed to the matter on the Duke study. Now, I would like to inform everyone that DTI has already budgeted for a Duke study, no, for the international and the local. However, they're just asking for a resolution from both PCIC and PCIA. So now that we are convening the PCIC, I would like to get a resolution to the resolution as required by DTI that we have requested the DTI for the Duke study. Yeah. So Sylvia, you have the floor because you are really passionate about study.
I move that we pass a resolution requesting DTI to do a marketing study on cacao on an international level. I further would like to add that they consider Duke if their process will allow, because Duke already did the study, and it is just a continuation and updating on the marketing for cacao.
Okay, thank you very much, VP Sylvia. So with that resolution, may I hear discussions and inputs? If none, then may we hear somebody to second that motion?
Seconded.
Okay, Mayor Ben seconds the motion, so thank you. So Secretariat, Ms. Rachel, can we take note of this resolution so that we can formally pass this to DTI? Okay, so next item on the agenda is the National Consultative Congress that we'll be doing in preparation for the coming National Congress this coming November. So for this matter, I'd like to give the floor to VP Sylvia.
Yeah. I would like to recommend that we do island consultations. It's like congresses, but more on consultation among our stakeholders and various government agencies who are involved in promoting cacao, no? Because the market has changed a lot. And if you look back 10 years ago when we started, when DTI and DA started promoting cacao in Mindanao and now all over the Philippines, a lot has already happened and changed. So we need to re-strategize. We need to review our strategies in connection with this changing market, cacao being a commodity, and also how to become more, how to make the farmers more, increase their productivity, because that's the way to only if and when the farmers have increased their productivity can they cope with these changing prices in the markets, no? So in Luzon, we would like to do ours. I just talked to Aldrin. We're going to move it to September 4 instead of August 4 to give us more time. And I would recommend that the Visayas and Mindanao consultation congresses be held also during the month of September, parang 1 week apart, and we have enough time now to prepare so that by the end of September, we're done with the consultation, and we are planning that the results of these 3 consultations will become the basis for the agenda of our November National Congress in Davao, which we are preparing for. This is for the 23rd and 24th in Davao City. So Edwin is the one helping us target who the speakers should be and resource persons, especially those coming from the international, like ICCO and Asia Pacific, Cargill ba yun, Edwin? And identify, and we need to identify strongly the local market for an import substitution strategy. So we will have to work closely with DTI on this, and of course DA for the productivity question, no, or program. So this is a very, very definite move that we need to make to help our farmers. And the more important issue as well, equally important, is the suitability of the area. So we should come out with resolutions during these consultations, not to promote cacao anymore in areas already identified by the DA productivity survey, where cacao will not be suitable. Will not be suitable, so that the farmers, kahit ano pang gawin nila, will not reach the productivity level that they need so that they can make money. Farming should make money for our farmers, no? So we are on the right track with the productivity manual that we are about to publish. In fact, today's Usapang Cacao was very good, very much oriented to that. So kailangan lang natin dugtungan. Emphasize natin na the market now, ang price, no, pababa ng pababa, and the only way our farmers can still make money to cope with those low prices is to become highly productive, no? Yung productivity nila tumaas din. So ano yung mga strategies that we will need to adopt at our levels in the different islands, no? Which when we bring it up naman to the National Congress, baka meron din na pang-national din na kailangan din nating adapt. So that's the background of why we are proposing this consultative congresses or meetings, no?
Okay, thank you very much, VP Silves. And I would like to thank also the help of Edwin for crafting this, for taking the lead and helping Sylvia in this consultative congress, because as Susan will take the lead, Visayas will follow, and then Mindanao will follow. Okay, so much as you have already, we would like to get the schedule for the consultative congress sa Mindanao, Visayas, and as well as Mindanao. Okay, Mayor Ben? So we will just decide.
Ang comment ko lang, kasi ang Visayas, 3 island.
Yeah.
Hindi kami, unlike Luzon, isang island lang kayo. Mindanao, I think, isa man. From Visayas, Cebu, Panay, and of course, yung Region 8. At saka yung may mga peculiarities at saka kanya-kanyang yung pwede ba sa amin by region para mas region focus yung mga issues and concerns instead of having it the whole of Visayas. I'm suggesting Region 6 will do their own consultation kasi isang Panay Island kami at saka part ng Negros, and then Region 7 will do their own, and then Region 8. Kasi may kami island, we're divided by island. Diba? Iba-ibang island.
Mayor Ben, if it's going to be virtual, hindi ba possible na Visayan Consultative Congress? Because
pwede rin siguro kasi virtual rin. Pero kung sabay natin yung 3 island, I would like to suggest to Sylvia na whoever is the resource person ng Luzon will be the same with the Visayas. And we will be dealing with the same issues also. So let us define the parameters ng consultation. So if we will have it you have to consider the value chain. Number 1 issue, focus on production. Second, on processing. Third, on marketing. Ganon ba? Para at least ma-address na comprehensive yung approach natin sa cacao industry.
Yeah.
So, dapat mayroong speaker that will concern on suitability, production, processing, and marketing, including the price. Parang ganun. Suggestion yun.
May I, Army, may I?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I agree with the Mayor. For the Visayas, I like that, no? Kasi mas mas focus, no? And since virtual naman, at saka itong mga speakers na gagawin namin ni Edwin dito sa Luzon, i-videotape namin, gagamitin naman ninyo lang, no? So you will not have to to work too hard. You can just keep repeating, sharing those videos. And the important thing is moderating the consultation so that based on those videos, lalabas yung strategies and problems that they will identify. And they will be unique to your particular islands ba yun? Group of islands, no? And that's also what Edwin and I are thinking. We will have on productivity, we will have on market. It's not so much marketing, but the market. Ano ba yung markets na yan? Ano yung changes? And then yung import substitution, meaning the local market. Ano yung kailangan ng local market? Nasaan yan? So we will follow those four categories, Mayor.
Hello, Consul.
Yes.
Edwin.
I like the input coming from Mayor Buenano.
Yeah.
While there is no program yet for Luzon, except that we have identified muna mga possible speaker. But I agree with Buen that we have to group the speaker into topic, then as an input lang siya. But then we really have to come up with a program that will bring us really to have a good consultation, because it's a consultative conference, no? So let's say for international, we have the CARGIL and we have also the ICCO. That's for the international market. Then we have also to look into the local. And by the way, while it's still naka-video ang international, but I would still say na for the local, if we can have mga local buyers that would be talking. Now, on productivity, I would also suggest if we could do an inventory of high-performing farmers cooperative. They're saying Luzon is not suitable. But then let's have an inventory. Is there a cooperative in cacao co-op in the Luzon area that is hitting the 2 kilos, 3 kilos? Then let them share. Experimental. Parang ganun siya. So yun ang mga kuha natin. Then let's group it into 64 or 5 groups of 3 to 4 groups, because as hearing from the statement of Sylvia and Mayor Ben, I think the theme could be more on the sustainability and suitability, no? Cacao industry sustainability and suitability. So sustainability is sustainability on the market as well as sustainability on the production and suitability.
Yeah.
Parang yun siya. But ang point na yan is we should have, let's together, no? Let's come up with a good program kung saan natin ilagay yung mga speaker as identified na. We have already identified around mga 5 of them.
Yeah.
And they said yes. So I agree with Sylvia na i-video siya, then i-share. But for the other regions, they have also to look for mga local speakers na can also provide the necessary input. A facilitator, moderator would really be very, very important. I think a professional facilitator can be of good help. Hanapan lang natin ng budget sa honorarium for the facilitator. A professional facilitator would be necessary, I think. Thank you.
Oh, wow. That's a very good input, Edwin. Yeah, that's right. So as we craft the program of the Consultative Congress, we have to get the candidates for as to who will be the professional facilitator here, because we want to draw consultation.
Only one facilitator for the 3 conference para there is consistency.
Correct. And also facilitator para may continuity, we can tap her or him to be also facilitating the National Congress in November. Because
Correct.
this is we are coming up with a resolution for the, as we have said, uh, sustainability in the market and sustainability in the production. Okay?
Perfect.
Army,
Yeah.
Army.
Yes.
I like the idea that we will hire a facilitator because yun ang buhay ng consultation.
Yes.
Ngayon, Edwin, nandyan si Delia. ARD Delia, you're there?
ARD Delia is around.
Delia.
Maraming pera yan.
Hindi, meron silang binudget sila for the National Congress. This is part of the National Congress.
Preparation, preparatory.
Yeah. So maybe Army and AR Delia, we can talk about a little amount carved from the 400 for the facilitator.
Yeah. Is ARD Delia is around.
Pero
On
nakasara
travel,
yung
on
kanyang
travel
ano
po
eh.
si ARD
Actually,
Delia right now.
okay, console.
Yes,
Ayan
okay.
siya.
Come in. ARD Del.
I-park sa Del, i-park sa...
Yes. I think ARD Delia is also is still in the loop. I think she knows this. So we will just update her once she has the connection. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So while waiting for ARD Delia for her commitment to fund the facilitator, as this is part of the Congress, this is really preparatory for the Congress. I would like to move on to the next level, which is, of course, we have the Duke study, we have the Congress, and also you remember very well that in the PCIC, we have moved and we have approved as a policy that those members from government and members from the private sector who are really involved in the industry will be invited to be a members of the council of advisors. We have come up with the council of advisors in the PCIC. Now we know that Yusek Lavinia is already out, but she is really very much engaged with the industry. So what do you think? I know that like si Edwin was invited to be member of the council of advisors, si Bal, and then si Romy Castanyaga was also invited as when he was also the former coordinator. And now, what do you think of inviting Yusek Lavinia, as she has the wealth of knowledge as far as the workings in the DA is concerned, as far as our cacao industry is concerned?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mayor.
So she will be out of DA.
Yeah, she's already out of DA, and as per Mayan, she's very much engaged and she's still willing to help the industry.
Okay, so Madam Chair, in view of her active, strong support during her tenure as the USEC of DA and in charge of high-value crops, and their active support, and I mentioned active support for the cacao and the upliftment of the cacao industry in the country, and their active participation also with the PCIC and the PCIA, I move that the former Undersecretary of the Department of Agriculture, Evelyn Lavinia, we will be absorbing her as one of the board of advisors for the Philippine Cacao Industry Council. So move, Madam Chair.
Okay, there's the motion now to invite now, and it's now seconded by VP Chris. Thank you very much, and of course I will formally inform her. I'm sure she will be very pleased about this, that she will still be with us in the loop as one of the members of the council advisors to join Edwin, Engineer Edwin, Val, and of course, Romy Casanyaga. Okay, thank you very much. So I think, Rachel, have we tackled all the issues in the agenda?
Yes po, Consul. Just an update, Consul, regarding dun sa hiring of facilitator. So okay na po siya. We can source it out dun sa National Congress natin na budget allotted for the National Congress.
Okay, then the good news is that we now have a budget for the
Yes po,
facility.
approve na po ni ARD Del, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Let's thank ARD Delia for this, and thank you, Edwin, for the good suggestion. So we just have to identify the able, facilitator to facilitate the four, actually, the consultative congresses, pocket congresses of the Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And the last will be the National Congress this November 23 and 24. So anyway, any more? Yes?
May I add? I was
Yes.
informed by Delia, ARD Delia, and also ARD Delia, that part of the money that was approved by DTI through Bless, USEC Bless, for cacao, some of that money was given to the regions. Okay. As a matter of fact, in Region 3, we're going to use part of that money that was distributed is also for the PCQ, right?
PCQA.
Yeah. And also, we can top it for this because we may need also some honoraria for some of your speakers. Like, for example, Edwin is saying ICCO, we don't need to give yung Cargill, pero siguro mga local speakers baka kailangan eh.
Okay.
So pag hindi natin makuha sa regional budget, maybe we can also add to USEC, to ARD Delia, that we might also need that, no? And Edwin and I are thinking that DTI should really commission a in-depth study of the import substitution market, the local market.
Yeah.
Sino bang namimili? Anong quantity? Saan nila binibili? Anong process ang ginagamit nila? How do we tap that? And also, I was thinking, I don't know, maybe it can be done pa rin. It's not too late. Like the DTI study could include tapping a few big chains that we could encourage to serve tablea, hot chocolate in their menu, so that we help create the market.
Okay, so thank you very much. We have passed a resolution study for the international. So I guess why don't we amend para mabuo na? Why don't we amend that first resolution?
I don't suggest you amend that kasi hiningi talaga yun ng for that 1 million. So let's add another resolution for DTI to make a in-depth study of the local market.
Okay, so come up with a resolution, Silves, for that. So we'll have two resolutions. One is the Duke for the international. One is for the local market. Okay,
yeah, I move that DTI be requested to do an in-depth local market study for cacao so that it will help in time. This output should be released in time for our consultations, island consultations, so that we will use that as a basis for formulating new strategies for an import substitution.
Okay, there's no pending motion to conduct for requesting the DTI to conduct the local study, the study of the local market. Who seconds the motion?
Seconded.
Yeah, so seconded by Mayor. So in other words, Rachel, can we come up with both resolutions for the Duke and for the local, and then please number all these resolution so that when we send this to USEC Plus, we will have these numbered resolutions which they requested. So anyway, okay, we have covered what we have to discuss this afternoon. So but of course I have to thank you and your yes, Mayor Ben, you're raising your hand. Yes.
Related to the island consultations, may I request Yusek bless yung sa DTI o kaya kay ERD din na i-sound off yung mga regional coordinator nila ng DTI to assist us in this this island consultation. Especially yung mga regional chair natin dapat i-sound off rin natin. And then we'll finalize the schedule, by the way. So kung first week yung Luzon, Visayas will be on the second week, third week will be Mindanao.
Yeah, I suggest we firm it up already now.
Yeah, para at least para tuloy-tuloy na yung preparation.
Yeah. Can we firm it up now? So okay, what's the schedule? Sa Luzon.
Selvia, first week ha?
I cannot hear you. No video, no. Sylvia, we cannot hear you.
Can we make hours, no? Wag September 4 kasi Sunday pala yon. I want it to be on the 7th, September 7. Hindi magandang Monday kasi Sunday wala kang magawa, hindi mo ma-follow up.
So, okay, September 7th will be for Luzon sa Visayas, Mayor Ben.
So siguro in the next week kami after yung kay Selvia.
So yours can be 14. That's a Wednesday.
Anong araw yan?
Wednesday.
Oh, that's Wednesday. Good. Okay. Agreeable ako dyan.
Okay,
yeah, pero so, you wanted 3 di ba?
No, Island.
Okay.
Hindi na ako na, isa na lang.
Okay. So then the next one is 21. Okay. September 21.
So Chris, sa Mindanao will be September 21. So September 7, September 14 for Visayas, and September 21. Okay?
Baka I take with schedule kasi parang out of the country ako. Hello, ma'am?
Yes.
Kailan ang balik mo?
I'll check it out pero baka last quarter kasi meron akong ticket sa World Cup ng Football World Cup.
Please, kailan ka aalis?
So I have to check the schedule lang. Pero yung I have to check.
Okay, check it
pero
out.
More likely I'll be the last week of September. I will check the schedule lang, ma'am.
Okay. So send it to us, okay? So anyway,
Consol.
Yes.
Siguro very important, no? Going back sa statement ni Mayor Buen, let's have if we can craft the program the soonest as possible. Because based on the program, that would give us an idea the list of who will be invited as resource person to provide input prior to consultations.
Okay, so we will bank on you and Sylvia, and then maybe we can do that, and then also help us find a facilitator for this, and maybe we can already engage the facilitator in coming up with the program. What do you think?
My suggestion is let Delia take the lead in the preparation of the program. I can provide input in whatever way.
Okay. Sige. All right, sige. We will.
Delia and Rachel, they would craft. Tapos for comments by all the members, of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Then I can provide input.
We hope.
Yeah, we have a meeting already tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow. With Rachel, myself, Aldrin, and you.
Huh?
Sama na natin si Delia. 10 o'clock tomorrow.
What time?
10.
Okay. Sige.
Edwin, 10 o'clock.
Ipa-remind. Raquel, i-remind mo ko. I almost forgot. Meron palang meeting ngayong hapon. Iba talaga pag senior na. Daming ginagawa.
Edwin, ikaw sagad to sa bundok, ha?
Tuesday pa. I'll be out for a week again.
Next
Kaya
week.
nga bukas na yung meeting kasi aalis ka. Oh.
Okay. Sige. So anyway, if there's no more items that to discuss, I would like to thank all of you for the successful World Chocolate Day. I know that everyone in all the regions are busy right now celebrating, and that is our way of promoting our chocolate, not only to the world but also locally. So congratulations, everyone. Thank you for your love and passion. And
Happy birthday!
Thank you. Mamaya na ya, ako bangka ako kung ano, during the either Congress or whoever will witness the judging of the chocolates, and if you drop over sa Cebu, I count on me. I'll host dinner or lunch dito sa
Consul. Earlier, Mayor Buen informed us that they have some concern with the juror from Luzon. Na-mention niya, di ba? They have difficulty to having some mga jury from Luzon. I just want to inform yung selection sa Luzon, I just want to inform you na probably end of August, I'll be in Muñoz. We will be having a session with Andy Tuates, and we'll be talking about bean grading and sensory organoleptic tasting, whatever. That's very important sa mga jurors. So whoever would be the juror for Luzon, they can probably attend that one. It's in Muñoz. Organized by Pelmec and Pasabi.
Perfect. Very good. Very good. Sylvia, take note of that so that your jurors can also attend. Okay?
Yeah, I'll coordinate with Philo.
Okay. So, may I hear from
I move for the adjournment.
okay, Mr. Buen.
Second.
The meeting. Okay, seconded by VP Sylvia. Thank you very much. And good luck to all of us, and see you soon. Very, very soon.
Mayor, anong nangyari sa land bank?
Ay, okay. I talked to manager na kaibigan ko sa isang branch. Sabi niya, kung saan daw kayo na branches ng land bank at your respective area, isabihin niyo sa akin kasi kausapin niya muna ang manager. Kung amenable ang manager, na doon na lang kayo pupunta. She has to talk to her counterpart sa areas ninyo. Sabi niya.
Okay, so I'll just text you kung saan
so
yung
you
land
text
bank
me
ko.
kung ikaw kung saan ka komportable na land bank diyan sa Pampanga.
Hindi, ako sa sa Makati, Jupiter.
So you just text me kung anong
branch. I will.
And then she will be the one to coordinate with the respective managers.
Okay.
Kung amenable sila, and then we can have doon na kayo pupunta sa respective favorite branches.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, thank you.
Okay, happy birthday again.
Thank you.
And then,
mamaya
hindi
na
maganda yung sinabi mo, Consol. If we are going there, you're going to host lunch or dinner. Bakit may or pa? Bakit may or? Dapat lunch and dinner. Hindi na lunch or dinner.
And dinner. Ano pa?
Makikitulog pa doon si Mayor.
Okay, thank you guys.
Bye.
Your Cebu lechon is waiting. Okay? Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye.